Yes. Hello, friends. Good afternoon to all the participants who have joined this wonderful session, which has been on the capital market. I am GS Sareen hosting this session, past chairman NIRC, and I welcome you all for this webinar on the next phase of capital market. Today we have with us our chief guest, Ms. Maninder Chima, Chief General Manager, SEBI. I welcome them for this session. I'm very thankful to you for joining this session as a chief guest. And with us is our President, Shri Rao. Rao Sahab, आपका भी स्वागत है. Then we have Vice President, that is Mr. Devender Deshpande ji. Sir, आपका भी स्वागत है. And Manish Gupta ji, Central Council member, Dynamic, our program director of this session. Welcome you, sir. And we have with us our chairman, CS Vimal Gupta ji. Gupta ji, आपका भी स्वागत है. And we have with us our regional director, Sonia Bajal ji, who is hosting or who is controlling this program since so many days. And we are thankful to the NIRO for hosting this program. Now I will start and I will request our program director, Shri Manish Gupta ji, Central Council member, who is a so dynamic person and designed this program for the participants in such a wonderful topics and the speakers which has been identified and requested by Mr. Manish Gupta ji, and all have joined, and we will be having a wonderful session in coming 2-3 hours, and we will be benefited with this session. And I request now Manish Gupta ji, Program Director, to please have an inaugural address on the session. Manish Gupta ji, please.
Thank you, Sareen Sahab. Our chief guest for the program, Maninder Chima ji, Chief General Manager, SEBI. My President ICSI, Nagendra Rao ji. Vice President ICSI, Devender Deshpande. Chairman NIRC, Vimal ji. Past Chairman NIRC, Sareen ji. Sonia ma'am, and all other council members, regional council members, my dear participants. At the outset, I welcome you all to the Capital Market Week being celebrated by the ICSI. And friends, let me share with you that it's a week-long celebration which was started in the year 2012. And since 2012, we are organizing the week-long celebration every year. Last 2 years, this year as well as last year was little different, wherein we had the webinar series across India. Otherwise, we used to have the Pan-India celebration in the form of various programs, workshops, seminars being held for members and students and other stakeholders. Today, we'll be concluding the week-long celebration at NIRC with this program. And across India, we had around 8 programs, and all other chapters and regions were instructed to organize as many webinars they can on the capital market topics. Friends, the whole intent and idea behind these celebrations is to build the capacities of our members, company secretaries in practice as well in corporates, and make them aware about the developments which are happening in the capital market. And at the same time, it is an opportunity for all the stakeholders, company secretaries, as well as for the institute to get in touch with all the regulators and to strengthen the relationship of ICSI with all those regulators. It is also very much necessary to showcase the pivotal role being played by the company secretaries in the capital market to all the corporates, to all the entrepreneurs, to the stakeholders, to the regulators as well. Friends, the theme of the capital market celebration for this year is envisioning the next phase of capital market. Friends, we all have come a long way since inception of SEBI in the year 1992, January 1992, when SEBI has taken over. And since then, SEBI has dominated, SEBI is regulating the capital market, and various laws, regulations, guidelines are being framed for the listed companies, for the stock exchanges, for the mediators, brokers, merchant bankers, as well as for the investors, how they have to behave while entering into the capital market. Friends, there was a saying, there was old days of the capital market when the market, the stock exchanges is known for the losing of money, fear, speculations, scams, earning through the penny stocks. But today we are totally in the next phase, wherein the capital market is known for the transparency, strict compliances and guidelines. The regulator is having so many teeth. They can formulate the policy, they can regulate each and everyone who is connected with the capital market. Today, the wealth creation, which is very much possible through the investment in mutual funds, SIPs, gold bonds. Now the options are available in the form of the equity shares, the debentures, bonds. There are so many options available, and the companies, the scripts are divided into many sectors, and one such domain is the Nifty 50 companies, wherein one can go and invest freely in those companies. Friends, the next phase of capital market is for the youngsters, and I still remember in one of the statement the SEBI chairman has shared that more than 2.5 lakh new demat accounts are being opened very recently in the last month only, within a period of 1 month, and those accounts are being opened mostly by the youngsters, which is very encouraging for the capital market that youngsters are choosing the way of the capital market for their wealth creation. Friends, we all are talking about the 5 trillion economy, and we are moving towards the 5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. But I personally feel that it would be deferred for a few more years because of the ongoing pandemic. But I'm very much optimistic that it is achievable, and with the concentrated approach and with the dedicated efforts, we're going to make it. And the role to be played by the Make in India concept in it. The way the Indian products are moving, the startups are growing. It is a way wherein the Make in India concept with the startup concept, the 5 trillion economy is very much achievable. We have seen the success of Zomato in the recent past. Few days back only, it has crossed the 1,000 crore market cap within few days of its listing. The things are now moving towards innovation and quality of service. Those who are based on totally on innovations, provide the best of the quality of services, they can move to any level. They will surely get the trust of the stakeholders, of the regulators in the days to come. Zomato is one of such examples. They don't own any of the restaurants or hotels as such. They have only few bikes and delivery boys, but their capital share is very high. Same applies to Uber. If you go for the valuation of Uber, with few drivers and few cars as an asset, but their valuation is very high. Oyo Rooms is one of such examples. Amazon is another example wherein the retailers, it is the biggest retailer but doesn't own any retail shop. Friends, your ICSI is in constant touch with all the regulators like SEBI, stock exchanges, MCA, IFSCA, RBI, and always in discussing about the ease of doing norms which can be introduced for the stakeholders and corporates, how we can increase the transparency and level of compliances for all those corporates, as well as how the opportunities for the CS, company secretaries in practice as well as employment can be created. Happy to share that in the recent past, regulators have shown their faith on the capacities and caliber of the company secretaries. SEBI has notified the delisting regulations, amendment in the delisting regulations, wherein the company secretaries are allowed to give the due diligence certificate in case of delisting of securities by the listed companies which are looking for the delisting. Another recognition has came in the form of the compliance officer, which is being notified by IFSCA, wherein the compliance officer has to be a company secretary. There are many other opportunities in the recent past like CSR impact assessment, valuation, insolvency, arbitration, which are available for our members. Friends, let me now share with you all the designing of today's program, which is designed keeping in mind the theme provided by the headquarter and some themes also being given by the headquarters. And I am sure the deliberations, the discussion which are going to take place in the today's program, which going to benefit all of us. The first program, the inaugural session, we have with us Madam Maninder Chima, who happens to be a Chief General Manager with SEBI. Then we'll be having a first technical session. It would be a panel discussion on the topic recent changes in LODR, and we have invited CS Gitika Anand, who is a Vice President, Company Secretary and Compliance Officer with Aditya Birla Fashions. Then we'll be having CS Ramaswamy Kalidas ji. He is a practicing Company Secretary from Mumbai. Earlier he was in ACC as Company Secretary. And we have also invited for the first technical session CS Sanjay Gupta. He is a Company Secretary and Chief Compliance Officer with Interglobe Aviation, which is known as Indigo. Then we'll be having second technical session, again a panel discussion on the topic growth and opportunities in the capital market, particularly for the company secretaries. And we have invited CS Shekhar Krishnan. He is a director, head legal and company secretaries with the Chatterjee Group, Kolkata. We have invited CS B Ranganathan, General Counsel, Corporate Secretary, Amcure Pharmaceuticals Limited. And we have also invited CS Kapil Dev Taneja. He is a partner with insolvency professional with RBSA Advisor, and he would be sharing his thoughts and the interlinking of the SEBI with SEBI laws and regulation, LODR with the IBC laws. Friends, at the last, I take this opportunity to compliment all the participants who are participating in this annual event via virtual mode. And I am sure the exchange of learning and gaining new knowledge and insight through the discussion which is going to held in these two panel discussions. I hope the deliberation would certainly provide the food for thought, and members may pick many points and certainly have many takeaways from the discussion and deliberation which are going to be held in this program. Thank you very much, President and Vice President, for allowing me to design this program. And I hope the members would be benefited out of the designing being done. Thank you very much. I welcome once again each and everyone to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Gupta ji. And the thought process, that is the subject which has been for today's webinar, envisioning the next phase of capital market. And the giving insight of the program, Gupta ji, you have mentioned the Zomato, which you wanted to convey is the manpower is the biggest asset of the organization. Assets, buildings, furnitures, and other things are not the assets. The manpower is the assets that you have insight of this program, and we will be benefited in next 2-3 years. And now I'll invite our chairman, Vimal Gupta ji, a dynamic chairman of NIRC, to address the audience. Gupta ji, please.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I am very happy to see so many participants joining the webinar through different forms, be it through webinar link or social media platform like Facebook, Twitter, etc. I welcome all the participants and dignitaries, especially the chief guest of the day, Ms. Maninder Chima ji, Chief General Manager performing quasi-judicial functions in SEBI as adjudicating officer. I welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome our President ICSI, CS Nagendra D. Rao ji, and CS Devendra V. Deshpande ji, Vice President ICSI. Thanks a lot, sir. CS Manish Gupta ji, Central Council Member or Program Director. I am glad that we, the company secretaries, are coming together and celebrating Capital Market Week 2021. Every year ICSI celebrates Capital Market Week. In previous year we organized a physical program, but this year due to pandemic we are celebrating this week through virtual platform. But surely the enthusiasm to celebrate Capital Market Week remains the same. Personally, this topic and market is very close to me, and I want to that more and more people should invest in capital markets. With BSC touching 53,000 and aiming to remain at the level, more and more people are interested in BSC and NSC. the government is sticking to the target of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 24-25. And this sector will play a huge role in achieving it. A company secretary play a very important role in the capital market and its related compliances. The disclosure, transparency, accountability, and investor protection are important for growth and development of capital market. And here comes to the role of company secretary. I wish that CS will come forward and facilitate this industry in every possible manner. Thanks a lot. Special thanks our President Nagendra ji, our Vice President Devendra Deshpande ji, and special thanks to Manish Gupta ji, Program Director for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to NIRC. And I also thanks Sonia Bejan ma'am and all the NIRC team for organizing such a wonderful webinar. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai ICSI.
Thank you very much, Vimal Gupta ji, Chairman NIRC. Now I will request the, I can say the fittest council member in terms of the physical fitness as well as the education and knowledge fitness, Shri Devendra Deshpande ji. Please, sir.
Thank you, Zarinji. Thanks for those compliments. Good afternoon to each and everyone present. My warm regards to Maninder Chimaji, Chief General Manager, SEBI, Chief Guest for today's program. President Nagendra D. Rao ji, President ICSI, Manish Gupta ji, Program Director, Vimal Gupta ji, Chairman NIRC, and Sareen ji, past Chairman NIRC. My warm regards to Sonia Bejal ji, Regional Director of NIRC. I'm really happy to be part of this program. It would be the last program on national level for Capital Market Week. And I'm really happy that the largest region of the country is organizing this particular event. And I'm really happy to be part of the inaugural of this particular program. We have been celebrating National Capital Market Week since 2012, as rightly pointed out by Manish Gupta ji. This time what we have done, all the webinars which were conducted throughout the country were made national webinars. So I have seen around 6 to 8 people coming from regulators, like maybe SEBI officers or maybe whole-time member of SEBI who came at the inaugural, Mahalingam ji, who was the chief guest for the inaugural program of this Capital Market Week, as well as BSC, wherein Ashish Chauhan ji was a chief guest of honor for the inaugural session. And we have discussed a lot of issues in respect of Capital Market Week, capital market, and especially what is future. So what is there for company secretaries, what is there for business in future. So the apt theme, which was designed by none other than B. Narsihan ji, who is the chairman of Financial Services Committee, today he is not able to be present at the inaugural session due to some travel. He is into some travel from one place to another for some institute work. So he is not able to be present at today's webinar. But it was his thought process, which was along with the program director, Manish Gupta ji, that they have designed this particular theme, envisioning the next phase of capital market. So I was going through one research paper which said that even though the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic has affected the businesses a lot in last 1.5 years. But whenever there was a pandemic situation or whenever there is a dip in the market, I'm not talking about the capital market, because in capital market there was no dip. It was going up and up, even though there was a pandemic situation. There was no dip in the capital market. But in normal business, we have seen a big dip wherein there were lockdowns, strict restrictions in few of the states. And I was going through that research paper which said that whenever you see a dip in any business, you will see that post that particular problem is over. So post pandemic, we may see a big boom in the market, in the business. So businesses will flourish after the pandemic, because many businesses have made the adjustments to their model. Many business, like what we have done at ICSI, physical program to online program, and now online programs are running like very well everywhere. So earlier we used to have attendance of around 500, 700. We used to do inaugural program in BSC hall. Yeah, we used to get around 700 people there. Today, I can see that all 8 national webinars have seen an average attendance of around 7,500 people. So we are reaching out to people. We have changed ourselves. Same way businesses will make the changes. And what will be required for them to make these changes is the capital. That is why capital market is going to be a big thing for years to come post pandemic. And I think the recent IPOs, number of new accounts opened in by the youngsters are few of the indicators of what is installed for us in future. At the ICSI level, I think we have been doing our part for all the concept papers which are conceptualized by SEBI. We are having our financial service committee who come together and give our comments. We also invite comments from our members, and we make sure that all the comments are sent before the deadline fixed by SEBI. So that is the role which we are playing. All our company secretaries may be in practice or in employment are doing a hand-holding job for the corporates and for their clients or for their companies also, if they are in employment, to give 100% compliance, to have ease of doing business at the same time. So both these things we are trying to achieve. And as rightly pointed out by Manish ji, I must add one particular point, that SEBI has recognized peer-reviewed practicing company secretary, which is one more feather in our cap, that till this point of time, none of the regulator had recognized in their regulations peer-reviewed practicing company secretary. So that has been recognized by SEBI. So I thank SEBI on behalf of ICSI, and I hope that more and more recognitions and more part we can play at as ICSI, may it be social stock exchange, on which we had detailed deliberations with SEBI officers, that we will play a very important and vital role in social stock exchanges also. So at this point of time, I wish all the best to NIRC and to all the participants, and I hope they will be enjoying this national webinar and Capital Market Week at the last online session of Capital Market Week this year. Thank you very much. Thank you, NIRC, for inviting me on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. And your address has given us insight in regard to the next phase of capital market, how this capital market will be behaving in coming times, and your thought process that the business which has dipped during the pandemic has come up strongly after the pandemic, and truly because वो कहते हैं ना, गिर के फिर दोबारा से उठ के तो डबल स्ट्रेंथ के साथ हम आगे चल रहे हैं. And the most important which you have conveyed is in regard to the changes and innovation of the ICSI. That is more important, because at the time we have to innovate. Thank you very much. Now I request our President, Shri Nagendra Rao ji, to kindly address the audience. President sir, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, G.S. Sarinji. Chief guest for today's event, Madam Maninder Chimaji, Chief General Manager, Securities Exchange Board of India, our beloved Vice President C.S. Devendra Deshpande, our young, dynamic, hard-working, with all zeal and enthusiasm, Program Director C.S. Manish Gupta ji, C.S. Vimal Gupta ji, Chairman of the NIRC, and C.S. G.S. Sarinji, past Chairman of NIRC, and all the esteemed members of the profession, and as well as all the panelists who are going to address various sessions for today's concluding part of the Capital Market Week. At the outset, let me congratulate the NIRC for taking the lead of concluding this particular session of the whole day-long or week-long Capital Market Week, because the concluding part is nothing but an icing in the cake, and we have several panelists, esteemed panelists present over here, like Kalidas, R. Kalidas ji, an excellent speaker for the day, and I am sure that all our panelists, all our members who are present over there will enrich themselves in much more knowledge, and specifically when the theme which has been coined, envisioning the next phase of the capital market. at this moment I feel it is not only the envisioning the next phase of the capital market, but also how our members, whether in employment or capital or in practicing company secretary, how they will also are going to change themselves in the next phase of capital market. And in order to gear themselves, these kind of programs is very, very essential. I also like to compliment the Securities Exchange Board of India and especially the entire team who have come along with ICSI to hold this particular capital market week. And for the first time, we have seen that the entire chief general managers of the SEBI from Bombay office and everywhere have joined our particular program in order to disseminate their words of wisdom, knowledge sharing, and for the growth of not only the capital market, but also for the growth of the company secretaries. Friends, as known to you all, capital is one of the most important lifeblood for any organization. Similarly, capital market is the lifeblood for the growth engine of the economy. Similarly, company secretary plays a very, very important role. According to me, it's a make or break role so far as the organization repute is concerned, because the company secretary have to lead the way so far as the board is concerned, because he is the person who is going to guide. He is the person he is like a Vidur who is going to advise, guide, irrespective of whatever pressure he feels. He has to tell the truth, and that is why the motto of our institute, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. So he is not going to get swayed away with good thoughts or bad thoughts. He is going to go with what is the rule of the law and how the board should function and how the board should take a decision in this particular context. Let me also congratulate the NIRC for organizing this particular program, calling all the esteemed speakers on this particular capital market week. Because when we talk about the theme of envisioning the capital market in the new phase, so what and all new things which will come up, whether it is whether it is in terms of the companies who are going to get various listed, like say for example we spoke about Zomato, Paytm is in card, LIC is in card. So you will find that many companies would be entering into capital market irrespective of COVID-19 pandemic. And this itself shows, and you will find that company secretary is the most important. Any member who becomes a member of our profession after completing his CS, his objective is to join a good listed company. So therefore, the holding of capital market week is more and more important for our members, so that they hone their skill in all the areas of knowing the integrities, nuances of the capital market and how the compliances are concerned. So in that connection, I really compliment many programs, not necessarily only this particular capital market week. I would like to share another most important thing for our members, though this is a national webinar. However, I know most of the members of the North would be joining. You will find, compared to last year, compared to the previous years, last year you will find, despite pandemic, we had organized so many certificate courses, so many crash courses, so far as the honing the skill of our members is concerned. And one of such courses with regards to the capital market and various rules and regulation on SEBI. So let me compliment the present chairman of the PMQ course committee, Manish Gupta, who had single-handedly managed this particular course and generated huge revenue so far as the institute is concerned. So when we just check our accounts in the last council meeting, we were surprised and shocked how we have gone ahead by organizing so many programs, and our revenue had increased so many. Kudos to CS Manish Gupta for helping the institute to generate more and more revenue despite pandemic. In other words, our members are so much interested in honing their skill, in knowing more and more, and for that particular purpose, kudos to Team ICSI, the entire directorate of ICSI for organizing so many programs and so many events for the benefit of members. I am sure that even this particular program which is being conducted, where renowned panelists who are present over there, will be sharing their words of wisdom, by virtue of which our members will surely benefit in many ways, so that they can discharge their duties, responsibility in right perspective. Friends, the regulators, the SEBI, the stock exchanges, and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and many other regulators have great trust and confidence in all our professionals. I am sure that the trust which has been reposed on us, all our members in letter and spirit are going to abide that and will take the institute to the newer height and to the newer glory. I am sure with your dedicated zeal, passion and enthusiasm, I am sure that you are going to take the institute to the newer height and keep the ICSI flag high. With this, I once again compliment the NIRC, the entire Directorate of NIRC led by Sonia Baichal Madam, as well as the entire ICSI team and all the members of ICSI who are eagerly waiting to participate in various programs, who are eagerly waiting to hear renowned panelists like Sanjay Gupta ji, Kalidas ji, and many more who have been giving their time for the development of the profession. Kudos to each and every one of you. I am sure that as ICSI we always say, together we can, together we will. Our institute is because of all of you. I am sure with this concentrated efforts, we will take institute to a newer height. Thank you very much for inviting. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, President. And we all are very, very correct that you are a visionary president of ICSI, that the vision you have given us in your address, that what is the capital market and what is the role of the company secretaries in the capital market and what are our duties towards the regulators, and your motivation towards our ICSI motto, that we should be abide by the motto which has been designed for the ICSI. Thank you very much for this wonderful address. Now I invite our chief guest, Madam Maninder Chimaji, Chief General Manager, SEBI, to address the audience. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nagendra Rao ji, Devender Deshpande ji, Vimal Gupta ji, Sareen ji, and Manish Gupta ji for your opening remarks, which gave a very good perspective on the role which company secretaries are playing. And thank you so much for having me here to address all company secretaries as part of your Capital Markets Week. I am very sure that over the last 1 week, you have been getting into subject-related sessions and learning in depth about capital market-related issues and laws and the role of company secretaries in each of these areas. Now, I am very happy and also proud to say that the capital markets or the securities markets in India are one of the best regulated sectors in this country. And it is proof of the level of regulation which has gone on, that over the last 20 to 30 years, the Indian markets have reached global standards in terms of capital fundraising, in terms of trading, in terms of the facilities offered for securities, for dematerialization, and a whole host of financial sector products. The basis for sustained growth of business in any segment is a sense of trust and confidence that people have in that sector, in that segment. And the basis for growth, for the sustained growth in our capital markets, has been a sense of trust and confidence which has built over the last so many years because of the efforts put in by several players in this sector. It is the sense of predictability which has come in, the sense that there is a level playing field and that the rules are known, the rules will be followed, and that there is someone to ensure that all rules are being followed. No, there is a sense of transparency and integrity in the following of rules. These are basic factors which allow any business to grow. Chaos creates confusion, chaos removes trust, and chaos will cut down and bring down any business growth which might be possible. So now the government makes the law, the parliament has made the laws, the government is there to enforce the laws, SEBI is there to make the rules and regulations, and SEBI has done a good job of making the rules. But neither the government nor SEBI is present on ground to ensure compliance of these laws. On ground, it is people like the company secretaries, it is the compliance officers in intermediaries and in the listed companies who are there as the eyes and ears of the regulators, who are there to ensure that the rules are being followed on a day-to-day basis. Without them, no trust is possible, no confidence is possible. So company secretaries are likely an extended arm of the regulator in ensuring compliances of all rules and regulations. They perform an extremely important task on the ground. When they are monitoring compliance with the laws, when they are making the returns and filings, when they are ensuring that the spirit of the laws is followed. You might have seen on traffic signals, when there is no policeman around, people are very, very happy to jump the signal. And this is especially true where there is thin traffic. You take a look to the left, you take a look to the right, you see there is no traffic, no one is watching, let me jump the signal. But even if somewhere hidden in a corner a policeman is standing, people notice and they stop. In the same way, the very presence of a compliance officer and a company secretary in a company, in a listed intermediary, makes sure that people follow the rules. So your very presence is important, and the very presence and the very fact that you are there and you will ensure and you are here to monitor and report is enough to make people follow the rules. But there are also so many challenges when you are doing this. One of the biggest challenges that a company secretary will face is, where is his loyalty? Is he loyal to his employer or is he loyal to the regulator and to the laws? You will always be performing this balancing task between being loyal to your paymaster and being loyal to the regulators and the laws of the land. In order to resolve this conflict which you will always be facing, these pulls and pressures which you will always be facing, you need to have some values or some principles on which to base your decisions. So normally, what are the options you have? Normally, people might opt to have a very conservative approach to compliances. A very a risk-based approach, zero risk approach where you err on the side of caution. And I have seen in my experience with SEBI that many people like to err on the side of caution, and so they will keep telling their companies, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that, this is against the rule, you have to follow it like this. Leading to sometimes I find it surprising that the interpretation given by the company secretaries is stricter than what the regulator itself might give. This is erring on the side of caution, taking a separate approach. And this ensures that your company is protected from future liability. This ensures that there is full compliance with rules. But sometimes this may hamper the business side. Sometimes it may not be possible to always err on the side of caution. So how do you decide what view to take? Certain things are very black and white. There's an easy decision. But then you are required to interpret law because the existing law does not cover all areas. There might be situations which are not clearly envisioned in the law, especially in new business areas. So like online businesses come up with many challenges where the law may not be very clear, but you are required to interpret. How do you do the interpretation? I'll give you one example I saw in a recent order of SEBI. When the decision to be made was whether obtaining of a patent is a price sensitive information. So SEBI took the view that obtaining a patent is price sensitive information, and we started proceedings. Then subsequently, when the order was passed by the whole-time member, he gave a nuance to plainly obtaining a patent is price-sensitive information, or when the patent achieves a certain stage and reaches closer to commercial valuation, that is price-sensitive. So these are nuances which you will not find with straightforward answers in law. These are things where you see the situation, where you have to apply your mind. How would you deal with such situations, such questions? So the straightforward answers you have is, the easiest is, there is an informal guidance scheme of SEBI, so you write to SEBI under informal guidance and you obtain SEBI views. You can very well do that. You might still obtain conservative answers in this side, through this, because these are all hypothetical situations where rules are not very clear. You can obtain a legal opinion from a firm and go as per that. You could study SEBI orders on similar issues to arrive at a view, and then take a view consistent to previous orders which address similar issues. Or you can informally talk to people who are familiar with the to form a view. My advice will be, whichever way you decide to approach such questions, always document what you have done, always make a record of it, always take your internal approvals, that this is how I have gone about it, this is the view I have arrived at. Tomorrow, if there is any problem, any questions, you can always say that I have gone about it in a systematic way with the best spirit in mind, and this is how I have arrived at this answer, and this will help. This really helps when sometimes we are on the borderline of things and questions are asked. Now, what are the values or principles you must keep in mind when making a decision? When the answer is not straightforward, I would suggest that you should look at the purpose of legislation which you are interpreting. Go to the preamble of it. Go to the introductory part of regulations or committee reports on the basis of which regulations have been made. That will give you the rationale and the purpose for the rules and regulations. And then you can apply a common sense approach and you can reach an answer based on an interpretation based on a common sense approach to achieving the purpose set out in the original legislation. So like for SEBI, our primary preamble will always be to protect the interest of investors, to make sure there is integrity and safety in the markets. So whenever there are doubts, there are questions, we go back to what protects the interest of investors, what ensures safety and integrity of the markets, and also development of the market. So what will help the markets to grow? Whenever in doubt, we go back to these three themes in the SEBI Act. Similarly, always go back to the preamble of the regulation or the legislation. Now, as the front men and front women who are forming the framework for ensuring compliance with laws, all company secretaries have very defined responsibility as well as liability as per the laws. SEBI has placed formal responsibilities on the shoulders of compliance officers in subsidiaries and also on company secretaries in listed companies. Failure to fulfill these responsibilities leads to a liability. Compliance officers have also been penalized in the past. Any career person who is looking at a career in this area must be very, very mindful of the consequences which happen if any kind of action is initiated by SEBI. It affects your future prospects, it affects your entire career. And I have had compliance officers appearing before me and saying that, the consequence. So there have been enough instances of compliance officers and company secretaries being held responsible for failures on the part of companies to act. Actions have been taken against them. Some have appeared before us, some have had to go up to SAT level. So everyone needs to be very mindful of the responsibilities that you are carrying while discharging your duties. This is not so as to, not to say that you must act out of fear always, but it is just to recognize the huge responsibility which is placed on the shoulders of every company secretary who is performing a compliance function, who is performing a very important function of ensuring that the laws are followed wherever that person, that company secretary is serving. So make sure that your responsibilities are delineated very clearly when you join an organization, both even as a practicing company secretary or as an employee of an organization. You must make sure that your responsibilities are very clearly defined. Because I've had cases coming before me where the person is saying, no, this was this person's job, not my job. And that person is saying, no, it was not my job, it was so-and-so's job, because there was a gap or there was an overlap. The law requires that for certain functions you are responsible directly to the board. You must be aware of what are the functions where you are responsible directly to the board. You must not neglect these are statutory and regulatory responsibilities. When we are looking at enforcing compliance, when we are looking where things have gone wrong, there you will be held responsible independent of your employment contract with the company. So every company secretary must be mindful of their statutory and regulatory responsibilities. Even though on a day-to-day basis this might appear challenging, but in conflicting situations, these are the things you must keep in mind. You must be mindful where a situation arises that you need to keep your board informed, where you need to keep sometimes the regulator informed. These are probably outlier situations, but these are the boundaries which, if you keep in mind, you would have a very clear purpose. A company secretary would have a very clear purpose and a definition of what exactly he is doing. We may get involved in the nitty-gritties of day-to-day life. We may get involved in the pressures of completing this filing or that filing, or making sure that this project is not held up because of my part in completing this report or signing off on that report. But the broader responsibility that the direction in which the company is going, the direction in which a particular project is going, stays within the bounds of law. And if at all there is a feeling that somebody is crossing the line somewhere, a call to be taken that at this stage I inform these people and I inform the board, or if that doesn't work. So these are important things which at the back of the mind every person must have. The confidence in the entire system of a company, a market intermediary, a stock exchange, a mutual fund, it builds on the individual integrity of each entity, which is each company, each intermediary, each mutual fund by itself. And within that organization, the integrity arises from the behavior of each and every person. So the entire structure's integrity starts with the integrity of each and every individual. And one of the key monitors of that is a company secretary in terms of compliance with rules and laws. So you perform an extremely important function, and I cannot reiterate this enough. And I would suggest, I do not know if you have any sessions on going through orders which are passed by SEBI with regard to roles and responsibilities of compliance officers, but perhaps some kind of research and study should be done on how seriously this job is taken. Maybe I will give you some examples of 2 or 3 times when compliance officers have appeared before me, mostly in the cases of insider trading. Mostly because the compliance officers have not been aware of the trades being carried out by promoters. Now this is a very, very challenging situation. company secretary, normally the role overlaps of a compliance officer and a company secretary. You are supposed to be aware of what is happening at the promoter level in terms of share acquisitions and disposals. They may not be telling you directly that this is what they are doing. How would you get aware? There are filings available from the depository, from the RTA, on the shareholding pattern of everyone in the company, which the company secretary is supposed to have access to. So just as an example, it is your responsibility to make sure that the necessary disclosures are being made even though they are not telling you. You must keep an eye on what is going on. And this is one of the easiest things for SEBI to check. This is an onerous responsibility, and you would be directly held responsible for failure of disclosures and such. So, several cases have come to light of this type. So I would encourage people to study all, even in mutual funds, whenever something is noticed. So there is a significantly big case of mutual funds, Franklin Templeton, where SEBI has passed orders. It would be very educating to study those orders on what is the responsibility of senior management when conducting business in any organization. With these words, I would like to thank all of you once again, and not to leave with too heavy a feeling on how onerous a job you are all doing, but to leave you with a feeling of how important you are in the entire ecosystem and in ensuring confidence and trust in our systems, in ensuring that our companies, when they make reporting to the stock exchanges, we can trust those reports. When they say that this is what the company has been up to, we know that this is actually what they have been up to, that it is true and correct information. So with this, I would like to thank you all for giving me the chance to share these few thoughts with you. I will hand over back to the organizers.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful address. And your address is mainly to wake up call to for the compliance officers to see or go to your inner soul, usko jagane ke liye thi. And your thought process that the compliance officer should take care of his duties and responsibilities. We are doing it. We are making all efforts, but we need more and more, we can say, cautious. Your address towards the cautiousness is very important. And moreover, your address was towards the common sense approach of the law. Very true. Law is from the common sense. जो लॉ जितने भी बनते हैं वो कॉमन सेंस ही बनते हैं, बिकॉज देयर इज लॉजिक behind the any law. Your address was correct in this term, and your address in regard to the trust and confidence that is to be needed from the compliance officers, not only from the compliance, from the whole of the stakeholders. We agree to this, and we will try to come up to the best of your expectation, which the regulators thought, and all our institution is making all efforts and giving all guidance to the members that we should be very, very cautious about our working, and we should not be indulged into the wrongdoings. This is a message from the regulators. Thank you very much from ma'am for giving this wonderful address. Now we will be concluding this inaugural session. And
Sarinji, just a moment. Ma'am has suggested few things with respect to organizing one such session on the recent judgments and the orders being passed by the SEBI.
Yes.
Ma'am, just for your information, we are running a certificate course on securities law, wherein this particular thing is being taken up, and more than 300 members have participated in the last such certificate course. And the registration for the next batch is open for all our members and other stakeholders. And we'll be having this particular session for sure in that particular certificate course, as well as we are running a EEE series for our members, and we will surely be organizing one such program, one such webinar, wherein we'll be inviting a person from the SEBI itself who can come and highlight those cases and the decisions taken by the SEBI in that particular event. Would request you to kindly suggest some of the good people from SEBI who can come and give that thought process and knowledge sharing with us, and we'll be surely be in touch with you for that particular program. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. And Manish Gupta ji, shall we move to the now technical session?
Sarinji, vote of thanks and Shahid ki Beti.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was giving vote of thanks simultaneously to each and every speakers. I'm thankful to this wonderful session which has been organized by our program director. And first, I'm thankful to the chief guest, Madam Maninder Cheema ji, who has given us insight thought which has been in the mind of the regulators in regard to the duties and responsibilities of the company secretaries. And secondly, the address by our president in regard to the working and in regard to what the institution is doing, and the vision which has been undertaken by the president is wonderful, and he is always a visionary and he visions the things of the future. That is why the more and more good programs and more education and more series has been developed by the Institute of Company Secretaries for the education of all the members. And always very our dynamic and fittest, I can say, our vice president, not in the terms of the physical fitness, but education and the knowledge. Manish Gupta ji, always dynamic and always being a guider to us. We always take guidance from him, and he always gives the best of his guidance, not only in terms of we can say the institutional or educational, personal, everything we can say is also a mentor to us. And our chairman, always smiling and active. And chairman, please note down whichever suggestions has been given by our chief guest in regard to the program, and on the NIRC platform also. That is a good that we should interpret the law in the regulations of the SEBI, as well as the orders which has been issued by the SEBI must be deliberated for the benefit of all the members. Now I will request the NIRO to present the Shahid Ki Beti to the chief guest. Madam Sonia Baijal, please.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, this is an unique initiative taken by the ICSI, wherein we are presenting a Shahid Ki Beti certificate to all our dignitaries and speakers, faculties, chief guests, and will be contributing on your behalf a small sum to the education, to the fund for the education of the matrix daughters. And it would be like, I am very much happy to share with you that in the recent past, Institute has already contributed around 20 lakh rupees to this particular fund. And this is like a CSR activity from the ICSI. And this has started in the year 2017, and we are still continuing with that. This is a certificate of your contribution to the ICSI, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
so
kindly
much.
accept this from our side. And with this, I am thankful to all the panelists for this inaugural session. And now I'll request that we will switching over to the technical session. And technical session, the panel discussion on the topic.
Sarinji, before you start, allow us to leave, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you, everyone. All the best
Thank
to
you
all
all.
the participants and faculties. Thank you.
Everyone, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You please continue now.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Now we are switching over to this technical session, that is panel discussion on the topic recent changes in LODR. Today we have with us CS Geetika Anandji, Vice President, Company Secretary and Compliance Officer, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir.
Yes, ma'am, please. And next is CS Ramaswamy Kalidaji, Practicing Company Secretary, very renowned Practicing Company Secretary. Sir, you are welcome for this panel discussion. Then CS Sanjay Gupta ji, Company Secretary and Chief Compliance Officer, Interglobe Aviation Limited, Indigo. Gupta ji, please switch on your video, please. Sanjay Gupta ji.
Yes, Mr. Jiman. Thank you.
You are welcome. Madam, you are welcome for this session, and after a long time I am addressing you on the meeting on the virtual only. Last time I met you in Chandigarh, but Madam Geetika Anand is Vice President, Company Secretary and Compliance Officer, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited, Aditya Birla Group. He is associate member of Institute of Company Secretaries. She also holds graduate degree in commerce for RA from the Odar College and Commerce and Economic, a bachelor degree in law. She started her career with the Aditya Birla Group in 2006, CS Management Training, and she continued as an associate with the group for over 14 years. She was in core group of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for framing a rules under the New Companies Act 2013. She was also member of Secretarial Standard Board of ICSI for 4 consecutive terms from 2014 and 18. She was also a member of Core Group Vision ICSI 2022. She is a regular speaker on the corporate governance, company laws, security laws, merger and acquisitions, takeover, fundraisings at the seminar, conference and workshops and training program. Ma'am, you have such a rich profile, and we are blessed that you are here to address us on this this topic, which has been recent changes in LODR. Before proceeding with the panel discussion, I will request you to please address the audience with your valuable inputs on the recent changes. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sir, and the NIRC for organizing this. I am just confirming if the audio is fine before starting. Is this fine?
This needs little bit improvement. If you can address by switching your video also, that will improve your audio.
Okay, I've just increased the volume. If it's not okay, I can move to just the audio. Is this fine?
Okay. Okay.
Should I start, Serene Saab, or
yes,
should I?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
please continue.
Okay. Thank you again, and good afternoon, everyone. I must congratulate NIRC for starting this Capital Market Week and inviting all of us, including Kalidas ji and Gupta ji, for addressing all of you. As any other professional, I go through the amendments as a compliance officer who has to practice it in the company. And considering the shortage of time, I'm not putting up a presentation or talking about all of them at length, but only trying to address or speak about one or two of them, which I believe have nudged my head or are critical from a compliance perspective. I think I'm trying to give a theme to the 2 or 3 points that I was wanting to talk about. And when I look back at the entire year, last year and this year, being the COVID exceptional years, I feel both us, the compliance officers, as well as SEBI, have in some sense adapted and evolved so much when it comes to these amendments that we have made. While the topic is listing regulations, but I think SEBI, I must absolutely congratulate SEBI for being there for compliance officers for the companies in general, not just for listing regulations, but for the other laws, which are very important, which were very important for the last year and this year. Coming to listing regulations, more importantly, the amendments that all of us saw in that have come about in May and June this year. Those were a part of the concept paper that they had sent, and we had all gone through them, read about them. But now that they are actually in action, the few of them which I have been have had the honor to discuss with few of our other professionals is, first of all, I'll talk about the risk management committee. I think all of us as compliance officers are always divided between what is provided in the Companies Act, what is provided in the listing regulation, where does secretarial standard come into picture, because these three things to me are the buckets that we all classify our compliances into. And RMC is one such provision that has always come from the listing regulation. Companies Act did not talk about it. Where it had made it mandatory for a certain class of companies, now it has extended that. And while that's the what of the amendment, I want to talk about as to why the amendment, something that most of us are aware, but maybe I feel as compliance officers with my limited experience, if we understand the why behind a law, we're able to appreciate it and communicate it to the relevant stakeholders and thereby increase the efficiency of the compliance. One of the major changes that we've seen in RMC is the fact that they've allowed that the directors, people other than directors, can also be a part of the committee. The why behind it, more importantly, for including the cyber security as a scope of reference in the risk management, essentially comes from the theme of adapt and evolve. Well, people realize that things like ransomware, cyber security, these issues which are much more prevalent in US, Europe, Russia, we've seen that in most of cases, has still not hit us hard in India. But if one looks at the last year, if companies did not have risk management committees and people did not have CEOs who are not on the board on these risk management committees, the whole discussion around exceptional event, mitigating the risks associated with a exceptional event reduces. And therefore, I am absolutely kudos for this amendment, as well as letting companies, or in some sense enforcing companies to have risk management committees and having other members. Also, we've seen enough and more within India where you realize today everything is wired, from the money that you pay through Paytm, your bank accounts, everything is wired. And even when we have our own companies dealing with customers, today everything is either WhatsApp or Paytm or Google Pay or UPI. These times, cybersecurity is the most important, exceptional phenomenon that each company, especially customer-facing, needs to deal with. And therefore, including it as a risk management committee scope, a mandatory one, to me is a very important change that all of us must welcome open-heartedly and also include it in our reviews when we put 6 monthly or a quarterly review of risk management to our audit committees and to the board. The other two that I wanted to speak about, the second one being promoters classification. I think the only law which has seen changes thrice in the last 3 to 4 years. There was a mass change in 2017-18, followed by 19. But I think what sets this change, the latest change, apart is the fact that SEBI on its own realized that enforcement is not a substitute for more rules. The more you try to hold on something, it was giving a lot of issues to the companies, to the corporates, for them to reclassify their promoters, where they had to go in and obtain their own NOCs for being removed, which is something which is not easy. When you look at, Ms. Maninder was talking about orders. When you look at the SEBI enforcement orders in this area for the last 2 years, one would realize that SEBI had to write so much and give so much, exclusions or exemptions to companies for being able to comply with this, that it realized that this was an area which needed easing. And I think, again, like RMC, this is one amendment that I like. It may not impact our companies directly, but I think there are a lot of small companies who have a lot of issues with promoter reclassifications. Yes, this was the second one that I wanted to touch base upon. Third one being on analysts and investor meetings. Fortunately, we also have, after the amendment, a guidance note from the NSE, the stock exchanges, talking about what do they intend. I think when this amendment came, everyone, including me, as a compliance officer, as a professional who's practicing, got into, oh my God, isn't this too much? How will I be able to, or how should I? Is it even logical to have all your videos, audios, transcripts being put up as transparent as one is, or as governance friendly one is? And there are times when we as professionals sit back and we start looking at the how of things, forgetting why of things. I think the FAQs that came about helped me, and I'm sure the professionals. I did love few words that they had written in the FAQs or in the clarification, where they said that what you need to ask yourself as professionals when you look at this amendment is beyond the logical questions. Something that also Ms. Maninder was saying, that we apply our common sense to amendments before application, is you need to ask yourself whether you're doing a joint meeting or you're doing a one-on-one meeting. Whether it's a meeting organized by you, the listed entity, or by another investor firm, that does not change the concept or the fundamental of why this information is being asked. It is asked because if and only if you happen to share UPSI to selective category of people during these interactions, it could fall under any 4 buckets. You need to record it, audio, video, and get it uploaded so that there is no asymmetry of information in the market. I think it is a very logical extension to the whole insider trading and UPSI bucket that we all speak about as professionals. And very welcome in these times, because companies have been dealing with COVID, and while all investors at large have questions, should I hold on to my money or not, there are few investors to get the answers to it. So I think that was the third one that I wanted to talk about, and the last one before Kalidas ji take over is on the overall feeling as a compliance professional whenever I go through these changes, where I see a lot of burden of compliance shifting on to companies. I will not select specific amendments to talk about these, because while there are some very good, there are a few which are very onerous for compliance officers. And I am mostly talking about in the area of independence, where, it's like that example of traffic lights, where you can enforce as many traffic lights and as many stoppages on the road. But can you stop, or can you change the mindset of the people of the want to cross it when they want to speed? And therefore, I believe independence or ethics, these are not the things that one can enforce. It requires a change of mind. What one does is, by wanting to enforce them, there are so many rules out there that it makes it tough for the compliance officers to sometimes comply with them, follow them, especially if they have to change the mindset of an independent director. So, without getting into particular cases that, all of us have seen in the last few months, where, stakeholders, even within, say, have struggled, be it a company with a investor or a stakeholder firm and SEBI together, I think all these things are maybe, I'd say, avoidable, for lack of a better word. But, yes, I sometimes compliance burden that on us. I think with that, I'd like to conclude my session on this and request Kalidas ji to kindly take this forward. I must add, before you start, Kalidas ji, I miss seeing you around. These virtual sessions are not very helpful, sir. I hope to see you around much more in person.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, when we have finished, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have with us very senior and dynamic and very knowledgeable professional company secretary, Ramaswamy ji, Kalidas ji. Sir, welcome for this session, and I will, for the purpose or for the knowledge of the participants, I'm reading your profile. It is such a rich profile, and I believe this profile should have been mine. It's a very healthy or very, very, very dynamic profile you have, sir. Fellow member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India, MBA Finance, BCom Honors, and more than four decades, 40 years of experience, starting his career in 1978, sir, working in leading company secretaries such as Jardine Anderson Limited, Ambuja Cements, Company Secretary and Senior Vice President, Reliance Powers from October 10 to June 2016, Company Secretary and Head Compliance of ACC Limited from August 2017 to December 2019 till superannuation. Now the practicing Company Secretary. Sir is visiting various institutions. Sir is the author of more than 100 articles on various issues including corporate laws, SEBI regulation, corporate governance. A regular speaker in seminar and conferences organized across the country by the professional bodies. Member of Secretarial Standard Board of ICIC since 2019. Sir is author of the books Law and Practice Relating to the Company Meeting to 2020, Law and Practice of Directors Board Management KMPs etc. 2019, specialist editor CS on 7th edition 2016, and specialist editor R. Ramaiah on Company Law 19th edition. You are welcome for this. And it is a blessing or it's changes on the media. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very, very thankful to NIRC for that is the first time telling me off again. And warm welcome to my fellow panelists. Now, I understand that the format of our panel discussion is like this, that each of the panelists makes an introductory remark on the changes that have been brought about in the LODR regulations, and that is followed by a Q&A. So, I shall give my 2 cents on that have been made to the SEBI regulations. Firstly, as you are aware, these are the second set of amendments which have come up, major amendments that is. In fact, it was preceded by amendment that took place in the year 2018 on the back of the report of the Kotak Committee on Corporate Governance, where it was said that the existing regulations were not robust enough to cater to the sentiments and the requirements and the increasing demands of a very, very dynamic capital market ecosystem in this country. So, but there are one or two I wish to add on where it comes to the recommendations of the Kotak Committee, which have again been given a go by. This is a matter of consternation that SEBI has not really looked at it. Firstly, the one major recommendation I thought, which is extremely essential to bring about further discipline in the market and in the functioning of companies, is that the first thing which we need to ensure in a company situation and in the capital market is the availability of price information on a uniform. But this area is the fact that there is asymmetry in information, and most of the time it has been noticed. I have seen from personal in the industry for over 4 days. It happens that particularly in the context of a company which belongs to a conglomerate and an international conglomerate, there is this unique position that the holding company enjoys availability of information on all the subsidiaries that it has under its fold, and most of the information that is available to the investors and the market goes to the parent company much ahead of. There is a possibility that this information could be subject to misuse, albeit not within the surveillance of the regulator in most of the damage could be perpetrated outside the country. So the committee, if I can recall, had suggested that there should, where it comes to sharing of information between the holding company and the subsidiary, there should be a kind of modality associated in the form of agreement whereby what information will be shared will be documented, so that the market is aware, the regulator is aware, this has been provided on a need-to-know basis. But unfortunately, the committee had recommended that a copy of this agreement should also be with the stock exchanges, so as to ensure everybody is aware that this is the kind of information that the subsidiaries pass on to the international holding company. But unfortunately, I see that that has not yet been considered, and again, it is. And the second is that, SEBI had made an important regulation, the Quota Committee had made an important where it comes to the area of e-voting. E-voting, as you are, includes 1 day before the annual general meeting, and therefore the Quota Committee had felt that the shareholder should actually be given an opportunity to vote only after he is able to assimilate the sentiments and the mood of the shareholders in general that attend the annual general meeting. And with that end in view, the report had suggested that the e-voting norm should continue. The e-voting should be allowed to continue during the duration of the meeting. Admittedly, those that are present in the meeting can still access to voting, but primarily most of them that are not in the venue of the place where the meeting is being held would have voted already. So the feeling was that these people should also be able to access the video recordings of the meetings, and on that basis decide to vote, and therefore the voting process should be open until the midnight of the AGM. Now, these two major recommendations have not yet been not been considered. But to be fair to SEBI, I think SEBI have walked the talk where it comes to balancing the requirements of compliances and at the same time ensure that the bar where it comes to governance continues to be very high. And I dare say, as a professional, that India can boast of one of the robust regulatory frameworks that exist in the world. In fact, what SEBI have done is that where it comes to rudimentary compliances, they have lessened the burden in terms of reducing the frequency associated with basic reports such as on share transfers, the report of the share transfer agent, where these were biannual requirements and have been now reduced to an annual requirement. And that's a very good thing. Now, the one thing, of course, I need to say is that SEBI have made their message very loud and clear by this amendment that they are not male chauvinistic. In a lighter vein, why I'm saying this is that they have made amendments in the regulations by which the gender neutrality has now been restored, in the sense that an independent director has been addressed in he or she, which I personally felt was not necessary, given the fact that the General Clauses Act itself says, in the context of a central legislation, the use of the singular, the singular includes the plural, and the masculine includes the feminine, unless the consequences of such an extension are going to be repugnant to the context. So, to my mind, there was no necessity to labor over the usage of gender where it came to these regulations. Now, as Geetika said, one major change which has happened is with regard to the recognition that is necessary for the Risk Management Committee, and this amendment is a huge leg up to the RMC, which I personally felt was given a stepmotherly treatment in the earlier dose of amendments, and the RMC is actually, to my mind, one of the most important committees that can be set up by the board, because as an organization which is exposed to the risks of the environment, exposed to various risks that emanate from the dynamics of the ecosystem, you should have a committee which is responsive to such changes and appropriately in a position to mitigate or minimize the damage that could be caused by such occurrence of risks which are uncontrollable, which are controllable rather, not uncontrollable like the way you have the pandemic. That is one area which has been given the right importance in these regulations. The other thing which I find is very interesting is that there were some special compliances which were reserved hitherto for companies that were in the top 500, the top 1000, and the top 2000. So the moment you slipped off from this radar, you slipped off in terms of your ranking, the companies could go back to their old regime and not comply with the additional requirements any longer. But SEBI have said, no, that's not the way we will treat companies. If you are in once, you are in forever. So therefore, if you are a top 500 company today, you shall continue to be complying with all the additional requirements for all time to come. And indeed, it is a correct thing, because actually the status of a company should not be allowed to oscillate depending upon what is its market cap. And another aspect which I like about the regulation is that, where it comes to the announcement of the bonus issue by companies, there were these, I would say, companies which were not entirely governance minded in spirit, in true spirit of the law, which took markets by surprise by making an unexpected and unanticipated announcement on a bonus. In fact, I can't mention the names of the companies. There are large companies that have taken the market by surprise by making a bonus announcement. And in fact, I can recall the turbulence that took place at the time, way back in the 90s, when there was no mechanism such as the circuit breaking. Cipla moved up about 900 points during the duration of a trading session on the back bonus. And now what SEBI have said is that no longer you can subject the market to such a turbulence. So if you have to make a bonus proposal, this has to be intimated to the on the lines. Other milestone corporate actions are subjected to prior announcement, which I think this is a very, very good thing, and it will definitely discipline the market where it comes to an indiscriminate announcement of merely to take advantage of the consequence thereof. The other major area of change, I'll close with two more observations of mine, that the business responsibility reporting, the format of the business, with the focus, there is a renewed focus on the new mantras that are capturing the imagination of ESG, environment, society, and governance. These corporate governance movement, and rightly the business responsibility reporting, the focus will be on these three areas. And in fact, these are the bedrock of the governance issue, and for change the format. Hopefully companies will apply this report in a manner not merely because of the typical approach that we normally follow. Look at governance as a requirement, as something which is pervasive across the organization. And the final point which Deepika also mentioned about is with regard to sharing of information, which when you are having analyst meets and institutional investors you're meeting them, whatever information that you provide, that has to be shared with the stock exchange. Of course, there are some gray areas within the Q&A. And this is my overview, and I think if you want me to give a ranking in far as the qualitativeness associated with the changes are concerned, for once, SEBI have realized that compliance is not the end all and do all, and in fact, much of it can lead to a situation, as they say, the last broke the cat back. Now that hasn't happened because the compliances have been kind of, as I said, rudimentary compliances have been lessened in frequency. Thank you very much. Over to my next panelist.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for this introductory address. And we will have another chance with you to have a discussion while we are in panel discussion. Now, I will invite Sanjay Gupta ji. Sanjay Gupta ji is a fellow member of ICSI, BCom Honors, MCom, and ICWA, LLP. And he, in his career, he is over 3 decades has rich experience and diversified experience in corporate secretarial, legal and compliance and corporate affairs. Presently, he is working as a company secretary and chief compliance officer with Indigo Airlines India. He has been council member of the WIRC of ICSI from 2011 to 2014. During this period of his chairman of various, he was the chairman of various committees, namely professional development committees, training and education and placement accounts. He has been the treasurer of the WIRC. Sir, welcome you for this session, and I will request you to address the audience with your introductory address on the subject for which we are here for the deliberation. You are requested to please start your introductory address. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sarin. Am I audible?
Sir, you are audible. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sarin, and good afternoon to everybody, to the President, Vice President, all the council members present, and all the audience. So first of all, I'm thankful that I was given an opportunity to be a panelist on this program. And I'm thankful to Mr. Kalidas and Geetika, who has made my job easier, I being the third one, and they have spoken a lot about that. So basically, I don't want to speak much on that. What I've done, just to give a snapshot of the amendments which were brought about by SEBI in May of this year, I made a small presentation. So with your permission, can I share the presentation?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Please share your presentation.
Okay. Geetika, I'm finding it difficult to share it. Sonia, can you please share it on my behalf if possible?
Yes, sir, he is sharing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Atul, please share. Atul, share the screen.
Yeah, thank you. Now this is visible. Please change the slide. Yeah, please full screen it. Okay. So, as we all know that SEBI LODR regulations were implemented from December 2015, and after that various changes have been made. Basically, I'm not talking of the various changes which have been made. I'm talking about the 2 major changes. First major change was based on the Kotak Committee recommendation, and the changes were brought about in May 2018, and most of the changes were applicable from 1st of April 2019, which also included the appointment of a women independent director and many other changes also. So recently, May this year, May 21, SEBI also made another round of very major changes to the SEBI LODR regulations. And the purpose of these changes basically was to make alignment of certain provisions with the Companies Act provisions, like giving overriding power to SEBI LODR regulations. And it also brought about uniformity in timelines of compliance with certain provisions, and also relaxations in certain disclosures, like just for the purpose of making ease of business. Next slide, please. Atul, next slide. the previous one. What I had done, for the purpose of each, I had divided these changes into three parts. First part, where SEBI allowed certain relaxations in terms of timelines or certain compliances. So basically, like going to first one, under Regulation 3, the certificate is required to file by the RTA and by the company secretary. This was within 6 months, every 6 months, and 1 month from the end of every 6 months. So now this has been made 30 days from the end of every financial year. Basically, you can say half yearly to annual. And CJ compliance report, now this is to file within 21 days. And there was a requirement under Regulation 32(7) regarding statement of deviations, like though the comments or reports given by the monitoring agency, this was pointed out, this has to be submitted to stock exchange. Now SEBI has, for the purpose of clarity, they said that this has to be submitted within 45 days. And Regulation 33(6) requirement regarding financial results, the statement of impact or audit qualification, now this has been omitted. So since I have given 10 minutes only, I will not take much time. I'll just, as a background only, I am talking about the major things which have happened. Then, under Regulation 49, the practicing company secretary has to give a certificate on a half-yearly basis, just certifying that all the certificates which have been received by the company or the RTA have been dispatched within a period of 30 days. So now that compliance has been made 30 days from the end of every financial year instead of half-yearly. Next page, please. The next one, timelines for the declaration of results of the voting. I think this is a welcome change, because earlier this was 2 days from the annual general meeting or the extraordinary general meeting or the postal ballot. The practical difficulty which was being faced by that, if that 2 days happened to a Saturday or Sunday, then no election was there and the company in fact were required. Now this timeline has been made 2 working days, so this takes care of any intervening holiday or the weekend. Other change also, I'll say this is a welcome change, that in case of change in name of the company, earlier prior approval of the stock exchange was required before filing an application with the ROC. Now it says that prior approval is not required, only a certificate from the practicing chartered accountant shall be obtained under compliance with Regulation 45. And Regulation 47 also talks for certain newspaper advertisements to be given. So in respect to 2 such things, the requirement has been waived. First thing regarding the notice of board meeting under Regulation 33. Earlier the requirement was that notice was required to be given at least 5 clear days before. And at the same time, a newspaper ad was also to be given in the newspaper. So that newspaper ad requirement has been taken away with. And secondly, this in case of statement deviation, etc., that requirement of newspaper requirement has been taken away. So now coming to next part, I'll say regarding 2 committees, RMC, Risk Management Committee and the Audit Committee. So there were certain changes in terms of terms of reference also, but in case of Risk Management Committee, the changes are really major. And as pointed out by Mr. Kalidas also, then the mindset of SEBI regarding the weightage being given to Risk Management Committee is really a welcome stage. Because now we are seeing a time when the risk to the business is most important part. You see what is COVID? COVID basically is a risk to the company which the world has not foreseen, and we can see the repercussion of that risk. And there are cyber risks also nowadays. And earlier though there was a requirement that RMC has to be there for top 500 companies, and this has to consist of majority of board members. But now SEBI has made major changes in the LODR regulations, not only on the composition but on the terms of reference part also. Because now it says that number of members have to be minimum 3. Majority of members have to vote, this was already there. Now it also says that at least 1 member of the Risk Management Committee has to be independent director. And earlier in 2019 amendment, it said that at least 1 of the RMC has to be held. And before that, there was no requirement of any mandatory meeting in any financial year. So there were companies who set up the RMC, but they were not holding any meeting of the RMC. So now from, just going further from 2019 amendment, the number of meetings of RMC have to be minimum 2 now, and the time gap should not be more than 180 days. And in the next page, I'll talk about the terms of reference of the RMC. But before that, on this page, let me talk about the role of audit committee. The role of audit committee now also includes, in case the company is going for any merger, amalgamation, any type of corporate restructuring or certain, then the audit committee has a mandatory role of going through, reviewing that, and comment on the rationale, cost benefited, and the impact of the scheme. So that this makes the role of the audit committee much wider. Please, next page. Yeah, this, as I was telling, that going by the philosophy of SEBI, of giving the much required weightage and the value to the risk management committee. This has come out with the entire code party, which spells out the role of the risk management committee. Not only says that the company has to formulate risk management policy, which should talk about the framework of the identification of risk, the mitigation plans, and all these things. And it also says that the risk management policy has to be reviewed at least once in 2 years. And this has to monitor and oversee implementation of the plan. One more thing this says that this has given the value to the role of chief risk officer. Because earlier, in most of the companies, the chief financial officer of the company, generally that person is responsible for the risk management committee. Now this has identified a new role, that is chief risk officer, and it also says that the appointment, remuneration, removal of the chief risk officer has to be reviewed by the risk management committee. I think this also welcomes this. This talks about the value and the weightage which is being given to this committee in the corporate world. And earlier the requirement was that top 500 companies for market cap have to have this. Now this says this has to be for top 100 companies. Next page, please. Yeah. So I am going to now third part about the other changes which have been brought about by SEBI. I'll go very brief only because I believe that members have already gone through this provision, and basically what I have to do, just give a snapshot only, and then after that we can go to a question answer session. First part, LODR applicability, I am skipping that. This only says that once LODR applicable to a company based on market cap, then this will continue to apply to such company even now this falls lower than that. Second part is that about regulation 15 applicability. This says that if the company is covered based on either share capital or on the basis of net worth, then even if any one of these things falls below the limit, then this provision will continue to apply at least for next 3 financial year. And number 3, vigil mechanism, I am also skipping that. Only the SEBI is giving recognition that vigil mechanism and whistleblower policy has to be used interchangeably. Next part is regarding subsidy company. About material subsidy, this was said in case of material subsidy, the shareholding the company falls below 50%, then the shareholders' approval is required. Now it only says that not only below 50%, even less than or equal to 50%, in that case also the approval is required. Next part is secretarial audit. Secretarial audit is still there. The only change now is that recognition has been given to secretarial compliance report, which was part of notification earlier. Now it says compliance report has to file, taken by the company, has to file within 60 days of the closure of the financial year. Then independent director, this is a clarification that one meeting of independent director has to be held within a financial year. Earlier this was a year. Next provision regarding senior management, like this was a duplication in this regulation 26 and 36. Now this has been omitted from 26. The shareholding of non-executive directors has to be given in the annual report. They have to disclose it. And this also includes the shareholding which is held on beneficial basis. This is the only change. And number 8, this is very much important from the compliance perspective. Earlier the provision was that in case the company is coming out with a bonus issue, then prior intimation was not required to be given if that agenda that was not there in the agenda of the board meeting. Now it says irrespective of this provision, this proposed agenda item is there in the agenda or not, prior intimation has to be given before the company considers bonus issue. I think from the market transparency point of view, this is important, and I think this is a welcome change. Next is regarding reclassification of any person or promoter. SEBI has made stricter norms on that about the timelines when such a proposal has to be considered by the board and by the shareholders. When such a proposal comes, reclassification for the promoter or public or vice versa, then board has to consider within a period of 3 months, and after board meeting, not less than 1 month and not more than 3 months, this has to go to shareholders. Regulation 34 regarding BRSR. This also is a very important change because this also talks about the thinking of the corporate world about the importance this is giving to sustainability report or ESG things. Now, so far we know that BRR, Business Responsibility Report, it has to be part of annual report. Now, SEBI says that from financial year 22-23, this will be replaced by a Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. And from financial year 21-22, company can adopt it on a voluntary basis. Next part is, I'm going to 11 number. That as already talked about that, this is not part of Regulation 26, only 36, that shareholding of the non-executive director, which is held on beneficial basis, also has to be included. Dividend distribution policy also, now instead of top 500, this is top 1,000 companies. And Regulation 46 talks about website, and the most important thing is regard the analyst or institutional investors meeting. SEBI says that meet means a meeting with more than one such person. And in any case, when an audio video conferencing meeting is held, either as a part of earnings call or any other thing, then the transcript has to be filed with the stock exchange within a period of 5 days, and audio video transcript and in presentation bid has to be filed within 24 hours or before the start of next trading day. I think from transparency point of view, this is very important change. Please go to next one. Yeah. And on the website of the company, there are certain new list of disclosure which are to be displayed on the website of the company, like subsidiary company, secretarial compliance report, materiality policy, and contact details of KMPs, state-owned deviations, and such other things. So this is all about the changes which have been brought about by SEBI. But before I conclude, I want to talk about 2 more changes which have not yet come, but which are about to come, basically regarding independent directors. If you can please go to next slide. Mr. Sarina, I hope I have not overshot my time. I can take 2-3 more minutes.
Please carry on, sir.
Yeah. So I'm talking of amendments which have been approved by the SEBI at a recent board meeting, though which have not been notified, and they are expected to be notified from January 2022. And this is mainly regarding the appointment and removal of the independent directors. As we know that under Companies Act and all, independent directors in the first term, they have been appointed by a ordinary resolution. And the second term, they have to be appointed by a special resolution. Removal also talk about the same provision. In case an independent director has been appointed in the first term, he can be removed by ordinary resolution. In the second term, this can be removed by a special resolution. Now the change is that, irrespective whether this is first term or second term, any appointment, reappointment, or removal of independent directors has to be done only through a special resolution. This gives the importance and the role of independent directors. And secondly, this also wants to take away the power of the companies also as regard independent director concerned, so that they have more and more independence in the companies. And I think for the proper governance in the corporate India, this is necessary that independent directors are given true independence also. And this also talks about the process which has to be followed by the NRC in appointment of independent directors. And it also proposes that composition of NRC has to consist at least 2/3 of independent directors instead of only half which was given earlier. Second, there is cooling off criteria. Like if the KMPs or the relatives or the employees or promoters of employees of the promoter companies are to be appointed as independent director, then there is a cooling off period at least 3 months after they cease to hold that office. But this does not apply to the simple employees of the company or the employees of the holding company or subsidiary company or associate company. One more change is that in case an independent director resigns from the company, then earlier the company were required to give the regions, disclose the regions to the stock exchanges. Now the new provision says that not only the regions, but the entire letter which is given by the independent director has to be disclosed to the stock exchange along with the present directorship and membership in other board committees. And secondly, if an independent director wants to become a whole-time director in a company, then there is a cooling off period is 1 year is required. But having said that, just want to clarify, if an independent director wants to become a non-independent, non-executive director in the same company, there is no such cooling off period is required. Other is regarding RPT. It says that RPT are required to be approved by the only independent directors, not only other directors. If I take my personal view, I don't support with this view. My view is that not only independent directors, but this must be approved by the majority of members of the audit committee. Secondly, just a administrative change only, required to taking D&O policy as is extended top 1,000 company. Earlier this was 500 company requirement. And these changes are proposed to be applicable from January 22. Atul, you can take off this from the screen. So in general, I will say these changes, in my view, are welcome changes because SEBI in our country has an age of less than 3 decades. But SEBI has done a wonderful job as far as reforms in the capital market in our country are concerned. And as in the governance also, SEBI had taken radical steps, and this motto has always been to have proper governance and rapport. If I see the purpose of LODR regulations or any SEBI regulation, I'll take it threefold. First part is compliance, second is governance, and third is transparency also. Because transparency is very important. This shows that the affairs of the company, when these are being governed, there should be proper transparency in the various stakeholders. And the most important stakeholders in a company are its shareholders who have invested their capital in the company. And they have the right to get maximum information to the extent possible. So with this view only, SEBI from time to time understanding the requirement and the changing things have been making various changes. So with this, I conclude my remarks, and I think we can go to Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this introductory address. Now we will be shifting to the next segment, that is question answer session. And I request Madam Geetika also to please switch on your yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now we are first I am starting with the question, very basic question in regard to to whom does the SEBI LODR regulation 2015 applies. That will start with the basics, then we'll move on to the other questions. Now this is a question to map yourself only.
Sure. I think you're right. It's a very basic question, and but I'll say that one needs to go to Regulation 3 of LODR if you want to understand how to whom it is applied to. I'd say specified securities is one thing that should click everyone's mind, and specified security means any listed security that a company has issued or intends to issue a listed security. LODR, some section of LODR will already will be applicable. This includes non-convertible debt securities. It includes redeemable preference shares or perpetual debt instruments, non-cumulative preference share, IDRs, securitized debt instruments, mutual fund units. So Regulation 3 is the answer, as and when amended from time.
Yes, thank you. Now the second question is to Mr. Gupta, please. As per the Regulation 3, subsection 2, the provisions of these regulations become applicable to the listed entities on the basis of market capitalization criteria. The market capitalization as on what cutoff date shall be considered to determine the applicability?
Actually, for the purpose of all provisions of SEBI, which become applicable on the basis of market cap, the market cap is always taken as on the 31st March of the preceding financial year. So, stock exchanges do release the ranking of the company based on market cap. So, 31st March market cap preceding financial year has to be taken.
Thank you. Sir, Kalidas sir, this is a question for you. Is there any change in minimum number of directors to be on the board of the company in the amended regulations?
Well, it's not so much in the amended regulation as such, but there is a requirement for the...
Sir, your voice is very...
Feeble.
Can you hear me now?
Not audible, sir.
Okay, 1 second. Let's remove the headphones. Then...
Sir, you may switch off your video, then your voice will be much more clear.
Video. I'll switch on the video. 1 second, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As such, I do not. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes. Very good. Very good voice now, sir.
So what I'm saying is that there is no amendment per se in these regulations, but there is a requirement under Regulation 17(1)(c), where it comes to the minimum number of directors. Has been clearly specified by SEBI that there has to be a minimum of 6 directors in the case of the top 1,000 and top 2,000 companies. And secondly, where it comes to the makeup of the board, where it comes to companies which have issued special right equity, there is the requirement that half the board shall consist of independent directors.
Thank you, sir. Now, ma'am, this is question for you. Whether the companies may obtain a blanket resolution for approving the remuneration payable to single NAD where it exceeds 50% of total annual remuneration payable to all NADs of the company. Ma'am, please switch on your mic, please.
The host has, yeah. Sir, I was saying that the simple answer is no, because the regulation contains the 2 words, which is every year. And therefore, the genesis of the law is that if there's a year in which you're planning, if there is this thing to exceed, you must take an approval as well.
Yes,
so it's each year.
I request all the panelists, if there is any addition to any question, they may kindly add to their wisdom if there is any addition is required in any answer to the question. Now it is question to Mr. Gupta, please. Whether the above mentioned approval is required to obtain prior to the payment of remuneration to NADs. Actually, I think continue with ma'am only. Ma'am, you can answer this question. I will put another question to Gupta ji, please.
Yes, sir, I think the question was around payment of commission, and for the benefit of the listeners, I'll say the question is around commission, that when you realize in a year payment of commission to an NED will cross this 50% threshold, do you need a prior approval? I'd say where the Act does not talk about prior approval, but I personally feel that anything relating to directors, be it appointment, be it remuneration, if there's a requirement of getting it approved, the better governance, the better practice is to have a prior approval. But yes, you can, commission is anyways not payable before, and therefore it is okay.
I'll add a supplemental to what Geetika said on this. When the Act uses the word approval, I am personally I'm a little more conservative than Geetika is, and I would say that when the Act uses the expression approval, it always presupposes that the approval should be taken prior to the doing of the Act. Otherwise, the word approval should not have been used. In that case, the word should have been ratification. So, not only from the point of view of good governance, but also from the point of view of the requirement of law, to my mind, the approval for such purposes, such as remuneration to non-executive directors, should always be preceded by the approval of the shareholders.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, can I? May I say?
Yes, Gupta ji, please.
No, I just want to supplement. I also support the views of Geetika and Mr. Kalidas that in case of non-executive directors, and basically I am just quoting all the directors, they whatever and which requires general body approval also subsequently, because under LODR general body approval is required. But this thing does not apply in case of whole-time director, because whole-time director have to be appointed first, and their remuneration is also fixed by the board. And this is only post facto at the next general meeting when the shareholders approval is required. So shareholders approval can come post facto in case of whole-time director. But I fully agree in case of non-executive director.
So section 197 allows.
Sorry?
No, what I was is in the case of a managing director and the whole time.
Sorry, there is some problem in the voice.
Sir, you are not audible.
Okay,
you may switch off.
That where it comes to the managing director and the whole time director, the law operating in an executive capacity, and the board is authorized to appoint them from the under the Companies Act itself, subject to approval of the shareholders. So that is the reason why you have to consider them to be, their appointment to be subject to ratification in a sense by the shareholders as opposed to the non-executive directors.
Yes, that's correct. I fully agree.
Thank you, sir. In continuing this discussion, one more question is in this regard: whether sitting fees will be included in the computation of the remuneration payable to NEDs, whether all the committees, statutory and non-statutory, to be considered, or just the committee mandatory under LODR.
So is this question to me?
Gupta, you may answer this question.
Yeah. Now, the first part is that let me very clear that in computing the limits on remuneration, the sitting fee should not be considered as a sitting fee in any case, which is their right, which is to be given for per meeting of the board. And second part, whether the meeting, the sitting fee for all the meetings to be included only statutory, because that is not the case. Whether the meeting is statutory form under Companies Act or under LODR or any other committee of all committees.
I'll add supplemental to what Mr. Gupta has just said. Even under the Act now, if you look at 197.5, or I do not know the subsection, I call subsection, the subsection now allows the board to decide on the payment of fees for any committees as also for any other purpose as approved by the board. Admittedly, the fees is governed by the rule, which is that the rule provides for a payment of up to 1 lakh. So to my mind, as Mr. Gupta rightly said, the sitting fees shall not form a part of it will form a part of the remuneration, but it should not be considered where it comes to determining the limits.
Yes, this is exactly why.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, whether this is another question continuing, whether the special resolution required as per Regulation 17, subsection 6, subsection E, for the approval of fees and compensation payable to the executive directors who are promoters or members of the promoter group should be passed annually. This question is to you, ma'am. Ma'am, I think you are mute. Ma'am, you are mute. Yes.
Sir, your host loves to mute me, but yes, I think a one-time approval is fine. It's not required.
There is no need for the annual approval.
Yes, no need for
that. Just want to supplement what Geetika said. And the resolution which we passed by the shareholders, special resolution, I think the resolution, this thing can be provided very clearly that this approval will be valid for the tenure of the concerned director. So in that case, annual approval will not require.
Okay. To Mr. Gupta, this is another question for you, that whether corporate governance provisions will be applicable to public sector banks?
Public sector banks, basically whose shares securities are listed on the stock exchanges. So I think very much they are applicable. Though it's a different thing that in this public sector bank, RBI regulation are also applicable. So to the extent they are in conflict with each other, like it may be possible that RBI provisions or banking provisions may be applicable. But I fully agree and I support this view that when the banks are listed, then why not this provision be applicable? They have to be applicable.
Thank you, sir.
I'll add something here. I'll just add something. In fact, I recall RBI has made an announcement, as it says rightly, every bank which has been set up as a listed company, post listed. But RBI has indicated recently that corporate governance norms shall also apply to the public sector which have not been set up as companies, and these are like, for instance, the State Bank of India is set up under a separate act. So these banks also shall be governed by the norms of corporate governance.
You only, this is a question whether the term material subsidiary shall include foreign subsidiary as well?
In my view, the answer is yes. I might say that there are two connotations to the term material subsidiary under the SEBI regulations. One is where it comes to appointing a director, independent director of the holding company into the material subsidiary. The threshold is a contribution of 20% of the the total income, consolidated income. For other purposes, for secretarial audit and things like that, we go by the norm of 10%. And the Act and the regulation does not distinguish between an Indian company and a foreign company. So to my mind, if you have a foreign subsidiary, that will also be governed, because after all, the company which has to comply with the regulation is the listed holding company. So to my mind, a foreign subsidiary will also come within the framework of compliance by the listed holding company.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, this is a question for you because in our audience there are new younger members are also. Whether only a company incorporated under Companies Act can be called as listed entity?
No. I think when I said about Regulation 3 in the first answer that I gave, it's not about the company that it is applicable to. One needs to look at LODR regulations basis the securities it is applicable to. So if there are securities issued, the specified securities issued in India by the schemes managed in India, like there are companies who issued IDRs, foreign companies who issue IDRs. So to that extent, it will be applicable to other entities as well.
Continuing this question, ma'am, whether entity belonging to promoter group of the listed entity can be deemed to be a related party?
Yeah, so I think there is a threshold mentioned there under regulations which were amended, which were applicable from last year, where the threshold is about 20%. So in case a promoter group holds more than 20% in the entity, then it does become a part of related party and the disclosures are applicable.
So Geetika, this is a very important question. If can I add something to that?
Sure,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sari, this question is very important because the understanding of this answer is very, very vital, because our related party transaction is a very important aspect in the corporate governance in any company. So this is not per se any entity belonging to the promoter group, which is a listed entity. So we have to see whether this fulfills the criteria which is given under Section 2, subsection 76, or under accounting standards. Like LODR says that any entity which is related party, either under Companies Act or the accounting standard, is a related party. So we have to see both from the company point of view and from the accounting standard point of view in the context of this subsidiary company. And the law is very clear that this is not a promoter group as such, which makes it a related party. This has to fulfill the criteria, like about the shareholding, whether the promoter group company is holding 20% or more in the company, or in case of that promoter group is holding company, whether all fellow subsidiary. There are so many tests to be fulfilled. So we have to see from that test point of view, and not only the fact that this entity belongs to a promoter group.
In continuing with this, whether for the purpose of disclosure of related party transactions, the companies have to consider 30 days from the date of board meeting held for the approval of standalone and consolidated financial results, when the same will be submitted to the stock exchanges, or 30 days from the end of financial year?
No, this is 30 days from the board meeting, which approves the quarterly, the half
Regulation 23(9) clarifies.
Yes, sir. Sir, in case of no related party transactions are there, whether companies is required to submit nil report?
Yes, you will say that nil. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
This
Thank you,
is
sir.
nil report has to be filed.
Sir, to continuing with the related party questions, in case there is no related party transaction except managerial salary, whether related party disclosure is required? In case of managerial salary, managerial remuneration, disclosure is required?
any agreement, any payment, any transaction with a director or a KMP is a related party transaction within the definition under section 276. So you will have to disclose the payments made to such managerial person.
Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, there is a question for you. Is it mandatory to appoint compliance officer in listed entity, and in continuing this, who can appoint as a compliance officer? Some basic questions I am asking. Please unmute you, ma'am. Please unmute.
I'll answer the second one first, sir. Which is a company secretary should be appointed as a compliance officer, and yes, it's a mandatory requirement under the Companies Act, under the SEBI listing regulations also, where I think the logic of it is that SEBI wants the investors and the stakeholders to know that who is that one person that they can and need to go to in case they have compliance issues with that of a company. Therefore, it is a must to have a compliance officer.
And ma'am, what are the duty casted on them? Duty casted on the compliance officer?
Sir, it's regulation 6.2 of the listing regulations. It's a long regulation which has about 5 or 6 points listed. But essentially, I did speak about the why of having it, and therefore, if one goes about with that logic and going by the duty that I think we all take when we are compliance officers, is ensure that there is transparency in disclosures, ensure that there is authenticity in what you submit, ensure that the information is submitted on a timely basis. And there are a lot of grievances that come from a lot of stakeholders, not just shareholders or equity shareholders through SEBI. So one of the major role is also being a grievance, a person who handles grievances of the stakeholders. And I think the duty is around ensuring transparency, timeliness of disclosures and authenticity of disclosures, and being there for the stakeholders. Now, we can term it in many ways, and 6.2 details all of this, but this is the gist of what it needs to be.
Thank you, ma'am. For the Kalidas sir, is the question who can maintain the share transfer facility in a listed company?
Yeah, I'll answer this. Actually, SEBI, in fact, you can have an in-house facility also, but it is not presently. There are very few companies in India which have an in-house facility for share transfers. And if your number of shareholders exceed 1 lakh, there is a requirement under Regulation 7 to have your in-house facility registered with SEBI, and you will of course be a class 2. It will be a class 2 that function. Indeed, you can who have the necessary accreditation of SEBI.
Thank you, sir. Another question for you only, sir. What approval is required if any person belonging to promoter or promoter groups hold 20% or more of the equity or preference share capital? I'll repeat it. What approvals are required if any person belonging to promoter or promoter groups hold 20% or more of the equity or preference share capitals? क्या क्या अप्रूवल चाहिए है if any person belonging to promoter or promoter group holds 20% or more of equity or preference share capital?
So I haven't caught the question. Sorry.
Okay, sir. I can repeat question again. If Gupta sir, if you are
clearly, kindly take the question.
No problem. I'll put this question to the Gupta sir. Yeah, then I'll come again. What approvals are required if any person belonging to promoter or promoter group hold 20% or more of equity or preference share capital?
Because SEBI had earlier clarified that in such a case, that entity also has to be treated as a related party, and all the provisions of related party transaction will be applicable to such a company. Having said that, I don't recall if any specific approval is required in such a circumstance. Only some additional requirement things become applicable to such an entity. And one such thing I recall is RPT only. Geetika, if you can add something, because I don't.
I absolutely agree, sir. I absolutely agree. Same way, a prior approval for all the related party transactions that the company may propose to have with the main company. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll continue with you. Does fees or compensation paid to non-executive directors requires approval?
Yes, I think.
Yes.
I think if the question is on specifically each year, if that's the question, I think we've deliberated this in the previous answer where we spoke about NEDs, 50% and all those things. But broadly, I'll say they get either sitting fees or commission. Sitting fees, I think every board approves one time for all its NED, for all its non-executive directors. And therefore, the moment a non-executive director gets appointed, the same fees gets applicable to him. And therefore, that's a part of the approval, which is a one-time approval. Similarly, commission is more of an annual thing, and I guess all the boards place it each year in front of their NRC board, and therefore it's a yearly approval that one needs to take. So yeah, that's the answer. A one-time versus a continuous.
Geetika, I'll just add one more dimension to what Geetika said. I entirely agree with her. But when it comes to NEDs, there is also another possibility of remunerating them for professional services. For professional services rendered not in the capacity of a director. Now, even in such kind of payment, the law ordains that there should be approval of the shareholder.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm continuing with you. Can a person act as an alternate director for an independent director of a listed entity? Kalidas sir, मैं repeat करता हूँ question को. Can a person? Okay.
No, SEBI have now clearly said that you cannot appoint an alternate director for an independent director, and there is a very clear logic associated with this. Because, today as an independent director, or for that matter as a normal director, you can attend meetings through video conferencing. So the requirement for an alternate director actually under the law has been reduced substantially by the fact that directors can attend meetings through audio-visual means. And that being so, given the fact that an independent director can attend a meeting from any corner of the globe, and secondly, the restriction that was there previously under Rule 4 with regard to the negative items that could not be transacted with the participation of the directors through video conferencing, Rule 4 has been scrapped. So therefore, there is absolutely no rationale associated with allowing the appointment of an alternate director for an independent director. So you can't have an alternate for an independent.
So Mr. Kalidas, I just add a sentence to what you said. I perfectly agree with you. So earlier, Mr. Sarin, if you remember, there was a provision that in case of an independent director, the alternate director should also be independent director. But later on, SEBI reviewed it, and this restricted altogether that in case of independent director, alternate director cannot be appointed. And this is rightly so. I fully support and agree with the view taken by SEBI.
I can also add one line, my favorite line to always say for independent directors. Why I feel there cannot be an alternate to an independent director is because, as I said in my session also, independence is a state of mind. And you can have an alternate to a duty that you are supposed to do. But can you have an alternate to your independent mind? I don't think so. And to me, the most important duty of an independent director is to act with independence in their head. And that may not find a substitute. And therefore, I agree with the views Raji and Kalidas said.
Yes, ma'am. I'm continuing with you, ma'am. Within what period of time the vacancy caused by resignation or removal of independent director shall be filled?
Yeah. Actually, if one reads the law, it says 3 months. And I'd like to add here, because I've gone through this in practice, and I'd like to bifurcate this. It's not just pure 3 months. If the vacancy, to my mind, when I read the SEBI listing regulations, along with the FAQs, or you can say the clarification that stock exchanges have in place, because this has been delegated by SEBI to exchanges, I bifurcate into 2 buckets. One is if the vacancy of the independent director is caused by an exceptional circumstance, which is say death or any kind of other such unforeseen circumstances, yes, you have 3 months to appoint someone. But if it was a act of a planned exercise where you wanted to, diversify the board, or a term was coming to end and there have been no discussions with the independent directors, then I believe one cannot look at just 3 months as that timeline. And therefore, I'd say 3 months in case of vacancy caused out of exceptional circumstances. But otherwise, I think it's on an immediate or ASAP basis, going by the gist or the intention of the law.
Geetika, I'll just add a sentence or two in what you said. The only thing is that in case after the resignation or removal of an independent director, if the composition of the board is still in compliance with the LODR regulations, so in that case, there is no such requirement, and the board can continue without appointing another director.
Of course.
But, But only in case in the compositions fall short of requirement, then only this period 3 months. Another thing which also is to be kept in mind, that there are certain committees of the board, like NRC, Independent Audit Committee, which have to consist of certain number of independent directors. So that also has to be seen, and for them also the requirement still remains 3 months. In case you appoint independent directors in 3 months, but you don't reconstitute those committees, and these committees still, fall short the composition requirement, then can still impose penalties on the company. So companies have to be very careful about that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. A question for Kalidas, sir. What are the events that need to be disclosed to the stock exchange with regard to the events related to promoters seeking reclassification? Can I repeat the question? What are the events that needs to be disclosed to the stock exchanges with regard to the events related to the promoters seeking reclassification?
Okay. Regular to seek reclassification, they shall have to make an application to the company for reclassification, and they should, in their application, they should provide the rationale, the justification for such reclassification, based on which, if the board is convinced that the reasons given are justifiable enough, then the board will refer the matter to the shareholders for their approval by ordinary resolution, and in the approval process, the promoters shall not participate in the resolution. And once the approval is received, then you send the information, you file the application to the stock exchange, giving the rationale that has been provided by the promoters seeking reclassification, along with the approval of the shareholders. So basically, the important requirement is to provide the rationale and the justification for the reclassification.
Gupta sir?
Yes, Mr. Sareen.
Yes. Gupta sir, it's a question for you. In what respect SR equity are different from the ordinary equity shares?
Basically, not much material is available in SEBI LODR regulations, but we need to understand the concept of SR equity. SR equity basically is special rights equity. And the special rights can be like, what are the rights attached to the shares? We need to understand that. Basically, there are two types of rights which are attached to any shares. Firstly, the voting rights, and secondly, the dividend rights. That means if a class of equity is different from other, that means this has to be different in terms of voting rights and in terms of dividend. So special rights equity, basically the purpose is that they are basically issued to the promoters and founders of the company, so that their voting rights are not diluted when the companies goes of further round of funding and they raise their equity. As a result, their stake in the company gets diluted. So normally what happens, as the law, I think there's no law on that, but they are understanding, then the voting right of the special rights equity shares can be 2 times to 10 times of the normal equity shares. And the company has to decide. And secondly, there are transfer restrictions also. The special rights equity shares cannot be transferred by the promoters to any other person. And normally these rights are there for a certain period only, maybe for 4 or 5 years. These are rights. And in case, in addition to special right equity shares, I also want to talk about differential rights equity shares also. So in case of differential rights, the rights can be even lesser than the normal equity shares. So there are cases when the differential rights, voting rights are just half of the normal equity shares. But just to compensate that, some companies provide additional dividend to those equity shares. And this is the reason that special rights are given to promoters and founders. That's why SEBI has put in many restrictions in respect of those companies which have issued special right equity shares in terms of higher percentage of independent directors to various committees like audit committee or risk management committee or NRC. This is what I have to say on that.
Thank you, sir. This is a question to Ma'am Geetika, please. Can a person from senior management become member of risk management committee?
Yeah. I think that's also the gist of major amendment that we were discussing about, and I had summarized in my opening session. But maybe a few points that I'd like to add is while you can have members, senior members of your company as a part of your risk management committee, because they play a very crucial role in risk evaluation, mitigation. But one needs to be careful of the fact your majority member of the committee, majority members should still be your board members and your chairperson should be a board member. But yes, you can have senior members as part of the committee.
Ma'am, there is a very practical question coming to you. If a chairman of a board is unable to log in or there is a delay in login for AGM held through VC, whether AGM will be invalid, how shareholder can appoint alternative chairman when participating through VC?
Yeah, I think so. This is my favorite bucket of questions which have come all last year and this year, because we've all have been in two boats where one thinks of physical meetings and virtual meetings. The way I have always answered it in my head is that if this was a physical meeting, what would have happened? I don't think mode of conducting a meeting changes the rules associated with it. If in a physical meeting the chairman wouldn't have been there for 15 minutes, the shareholders would have, the directors would have appointed another chairperson. And the same rule to my mind applies to virtual as well. Nothing changes because of the mode of the meeting. So same way, if he's not present, we appoint another chairperson.
Now, the question is how shareholders can appoint alternative chairman when participating through VC?
So, sir, actually the directors, one has to look at the articles, but the directors present themselves can also elect, one amongst themselves as the chairperson. And this is a prevalent practice, power that articles grant to most of the companies. Therefore, I don't see that as an issue. But yes, as a good governance, one can always have, the shareholders are allowed to participate, and they can always either vote or write through tabs. And practically, I'm saying the company secretary could open the tab for the shareholders to communicate or vote or on a poll, and it's possible.
Geetika, may I add something to what you said? Why I perfectly agree with you. Just for clarification, Mr. Sarin, I want to add a few things. So actually, most of the companies, when you see the articles very clearly provide provisions that what happens when the chairman of the general meeting is not present for a period of next 15 minutes. So in that case, most of the companies, if you have seen the articles, they provide that the directors present can elect them to be the chairman of the general meeting. Right, and this is also possible that such a provision may be absent, or this is also possible that none of the directors is present at the AGM. So in that case, only the right goes to shareholders to elect one of them to be the chairman of the general meeting. This is a good question because this also sounds the company secretary to make a proper provision if such a contingency arises. So what can happen? An instant voting right can be provided at the general meeting for the shareholder to cast their vote. Nothing happens. And meeting for 15 minutes till the time the chairman.
Thank you, sir. The question is to yourself, sir. if a company wants to disclose information to SEBI, Gupta sir, if a company disclose information to SEBI which is not required as per SEBI LODR regulation, can the company do so as a good corporate governance practice?
No, so I didn't get your question. You are saying if a company wants to disclose some information to SEBI instead of stock exchange,
which is not required as per the regulation, still they want to do it to make a good corporate governance practice. Can they do it?
Yeah, this is very much do it. In addition to the information which is mandated required to be disclosed, the company has every right that either they can take help of Regulation 30 or otherwise also whatever thing they consider material, because there is a material policy of the company in which company has to disclose who are the people who can decide about the material events or the information. It can be managing director or CFO or company secretary, or sometimes when the management is not able to decide, even the views of the board can also be taken and decide whether this is material or not. And the company considers material voluntarily, then this can very much disclose to the stock exchanges. And I think this is a step in right direction, because this enhances the corporate governance and transparency score of the company also. Like the companies which at their own disclose the maximum information shareholders, normally they are valued higher by the shareholders for their compliance of corporate governance.
Thank you, sir.
If I may add something,
Yes.
beyond what Mr. Gupta said, in fact, as he rightly said, the greater the amount of information that you provide voluntarily, it actually enhances the qualitative aspect of the company. And if I may add one more adage from the law says that what is not prescribed in law is not necessarily proscribed. So that actually touches the nerve of the regulation. Many people, company secretaries, believe that we have to provide the information because the regulation tells us. But that, I think, is a wrong approach to governance, because governance is something much beyond. So therefore, if the law says that you don't prescribe, the tendency is not to, if the law says it's not prescribed, the tendency is not to inform. But that is a wrong policy, because I believe that even something which is not prescribed is not necessarily proscribed, meaning not prohibited. So if you think that it is, in fact, I remember in Ambuja, they used to come out with the monthly turnover, monthly dispatch figures of cement also, which is not a requirement because it's not material in the sense that you are, it's a standard information, but yet that is the policy that is followed. So I think there is no communion so far as the disclosure is concerned. And like Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, if you are in doubt, always disclose.
Sir, to you only, sir, there is a question whether subclause 17 of Schedule 3 in Part A under Clause A of SEBI LODR regarding the forensic audit is applicable on ongoing audits before October 2020. May I repeat, sir? Question is whether this is in regard.
I think, you see, if there is I have not read this regulation minutely, because fortunately I have not been involved in a situation as unsavory as a forensic audit. But if you look at the spirit of the regulation, I lost my. If you look at the spirit associated with the requirement is that if there is a, normally any regulation which is prescribed is effective from the date on which it is made applicable. So if, to my mind, if the forensic audit is in respect of matters which relate to the date prior to 20th of October, which is the date I think we have mentioned, I feel that it should not be, the regulation should not stand in the way. If it is of significance that a forensic audit is necessitated, notwithstanding the fact that the notification was issued on a later date, there should be an audit to which the company should be subjected to.
Sir, in continuing this question, what type of forensic audits are required to be disclosed under sub-clause 17?
Well, normally, you see, forensic audit, I think basically, when you are talking about forensic audit, it is only talking about any wrongdoings in financial accounting. So therefore, to my mind, if you stretch the concept to beyond financial accounting, then you would have a red herring in your hand. So to my mind, you should only subject to audit that which is based on financial data.
Right, sir. Gupta sir, regarding sub-regulation 6 of regulation 30, the second proviso read with schedule 3, if board meeting starts on 9th June, this is exemplary question, 9th June at 11 a.m. and ends on 10th June 4 p.m. and financial results were considered on 9th June at 7 p.m. from when the 30 minutes will be counted for making the disclosure to the stock exchange. Should I repeat question?
I understand. I think now the new SEBI amendment has made it very clear that in case the board meeting happens for 2 days, so the date when the financial results are approved by the board, irrespective of the time when the board meeting actually concludes, this is the date on which the results are to be disclosed to the stock exchange. So in this case, 9th will be date if the results have been approved on 9th.
Thank you, sir. Sir, continuing with you only, if a compliance officer vacates office, in how many months the new compliance officer be appointed? Continuing my question, if a compliance officer vacates office before 31st March and company appoints another compliance officer in the month of May, then who will be the officer in default if any non-compliance were found by the secretarial auditor during the secretarial audit? May I repeat the question?
Law is not very clear, but in that case, we need to understand the concept of the KMP. Like law prescribes there are 3 KMPs: company secretary, who is appointed as the compliance officer also. Then this is CFO and the CEO. In that case, the board has to take a decision. Then the interim period, who will be the compliance officer? In most of the company, I have seen CFO in the interim period acts as a compliance officer. So in the absence of a compliance officer, until the time new compliance officer is appointed, in that case, whosoever is decided by the management or by the board to be the compliance officer, that person is responsible. And your first part was that in how much period the compliance officer is to be appointed. I don't think SEBI is prescribed, but I will say in that case, reasonable time has to be taken. So in case of independent director, SEBI prescribes 3 months period. So I think applying the same logic, so 3 months can be taken to the period within 3 months, which compliance officer has to be appointed. And in case company is not able to appoint, at least the company is in a duty to explain why this has taken more time in appointing a new person.
Thank you, sir. We for all the 3 panelists, we have received certain questions on the link, and I am throwing this question before all the 3 panelists. The link was provided by the headquarter for the members, and we have received certain questions. The IPO pricing is extremely unreasonable now, and soon the bubble will burst with small retail investors holding shares allotted in shady companies acquired at unrealistic price. What can be done to prevent this? This is a question for all of us. And Gupta sir, you may answer this.
No, I think you are right. Though it's a different thing that when we see the ICDA regulations. So ICDA regulation basically prescribes the disclosure norms which are to be given in the offer document before any company raises the equity or any other form of funding. And I fully agree that these disclosure norms are very, very strict and SEBI is very careful. But having said that, what actually happens in this real world, the people who actually invest into the shares of the company, they generally don't go into that much detail about the disclosure given. And like the recent example, I don't want to name, but there has been so much fuss about, this Zomato IPO. when the market valuation as per the IPO and the new price is more than 1 lakh crore. And people are talking that there is no substance of such a high valuation. So what happens in such cases? I'm not raising any doubt. Zomato may have a valuation, but this is just an example. So in that case, I think SEBI has to jump in and they have to think differently so that the honest investors, and basically I'm talking of retail investors, because retail investors are the category who are not that much informed. Institutional investors cannot take that plea because they are people who make analysis, and based on in-depth analysis only about company, everything, they make an investment. But this is the retail investors whose rights are paramount, and their money are very, very valuable, and they should not at any cost lose the money. I think something different has to be done. I cannot say what, but this should not be based on disclosure only. I think because earlier, before SEBI came in, there were a controller capital issue, which has to approve the price at which the issue has to come in, and the norms were very, very strict. Later on, when SEBI came in, the importance was given to disclosures in the offer document. And this was left to the promoters of the company or management to decide the real pricing. So where the real problem comes in. This is not the disclosure only, but the price, I think, has to be realistic beyond disclosure. So their regulators have to do something differently, which is in the interest of shareholders.
I couldn't agree any more with Mr. Gupta. I wanted to add something further to this. See, SEBI, I don't think can be a spectator to some of the absurdity that is associated with valuations in the present IPO flood that's happening. Much the same way as, see, if you compare SEBI's interference, if I may say so, in fact, they stopped the rights issue in PNB housing, because the price they felt was not appropriate. And the matter has gone to the SAT tribunal, is yet to decide on the pricing, but yet they allowed the issue to take place. But what I am trying to say is that when SEBI could interfere in such a matter, I think there should be some stricter norms where it comes to valuations, because there is another dimension. There is a grey market premium which gets built up because of more out of some ecstasy which is associated. It's not based on fundamentals anyway. You are not looking at fundamentals when it comes to a perception on the valuation. But I think we need to be a little realistic, and at the end of the day, one should not always be chivalrous where it comes to participation in an issue where the valuations are not justified. And I think SEBI does have a role to play. I agree with Mr. Gupta on this.
Thank you, sir. This another question was that.
Can I get one point,
yes.
sir?
Yes.
With I think I also quite agree with Gupta ji and what Kalidas ji has said, but I just have one point to add, where I feel that whenever there is something or there is a perceived loophole where we realize that there is something that needs to be done in the market, we look forward to SEBI. Rightfully so, they are the prime regulator. But I believe there are more stakeholders to an IPO than just a SEBI who prescribes rule. There are merchant bankers, SEBI registered merchant bankers who are supposed to verify price. And I personally feel if it's a balanced equation of control, it's a better way of looking at things. Also, when an investor is investing, I think there are multiple stakeholders prevalent in market which gives out the reports on whether one needs to invest or not. And therefore, I feel while yes, absolutely, SEBI should look at it, and I'm sure they must be looking at it. I also feel everyone needs to play their role enough and more well when they are investing their hard-earned money. So, just that thought in addition to what Gupta ji and Kalidas ji said.
Ji, ma'am. Ma'am, for you, this is a question for you. If shares of Indian company hold by a non-resident and he further transfer his shares to non-resident, compliances Indian companies have to do. Transfer from by a non-resident to further transfer to the non-resident.
Yeah. Sure. So, sir, if there are two categories of non-residents, one is a NRE and one is a NRO. Very small but important bifurcation. If you are any other normal NRE shareholder, transferring from one NR to another NR would not be an issue, provided it's less than 10% of equity capital, because one needs to also look at FEMA regulations, which restrict NRIs from holding stock of listed entity beyond 10%. So that should be normal, provided it's beyond under that limit. But when it comes to NROs, I think it's a very different regime. So NRE moving to an NRO will be a very different restriction, and that may not be possible. So yeah, that's the answer.
Yes, ma'am. I will put another question to you. Under LODR Regulation 34, the annual report are required to be submitted to the stock exchanges. The stock exchanges have been defined to mean the stock exchanges recognized and not only the stock exchanges where the shares are listed. Does it mean that the annual report has to be submitted to all stock exchanges, including the recognized stock exchanges where these shares are not listed?
So I think I'll bring some history to it. When I started training, we used to prepare 30 letters for the 30 stock exchanges then and ensure the report is sent out to everyone. And that obviously has changed as an exception to the last year when this could not be done. But yes, other than that, the recognized stock exchanges during when you're dispatching the annual report can be and should be sent, barring the exception in COVID.
So with this, yes, ma'am, please, sorry.
I'm listening.
Thank you very much, all the participants, because the next set of segment of second session, all the panelists and the host is ready. And I'm thankful to all the three panelists, Sanjay Gupta sir, Kalidas sir and ma'am. We have a very good outing in regard to the recent changes in LODR for past 1.5 hours. And I'm very thankful to the best of our ability. We have deliberated all these recent changes which has happened in recent past, and the questions which we have raised, and it has been answered very brilliantly. There are certain questions which has been on the online also, and all the answered to the best of the abilities of the speakers and the best of satisfaction to all the participants. Thank you very much. Now my friend Mr. Himanshu Arbola is here for the second set of session, which is on the growth and opportunities in capital market. Now it is over to Himanshu Arbola, and I'm thankful to Kalidas sir, Gupta sir and ma'am. Thank you very much.
1 second before Himanshu takes over. I, on my own behalf and on behalf of Mr. Kalidas and Gitika, thankful to you and the wonderful host in ICSI. I think you have been a wonderful moderator, and the question which you asked, basically, I think they were very apt question, and surely they would benefit all the members who are attending this webinar. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir. We are blessed that you all are here for deliberation on the issues. And now I'm seeing the second set, Kapil sir, Shekhar sir, all are there, and there will be a wonderful next session. I'm leaving now. It is over to Himanshu.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarin sir, for a wonderful first half session. And I think all the participants must have thoroughly enjoyed. Now we are in the second half. And welcome to all the learned members of the ICSI, students and other professionals who have joined on this capital market celebrations of the ICSI. And today is probably the last day of this celebration. And we are on the second leg of the session now, the second part of the session, where we'll be dealing on the growth and opportunities in capital market, particularly for the profession of company secretary. So we're dealing this particular topic. And today we have three very learned panelists for this particular session. B. Ranganathan ji, who is a fellow member of ICSI, CS Kapil Dev Taneja sir and Shekhar Krishnan sir. So before starting the entire session, it's my honor and privilege to introduce the panelists for this second half of this today's webinar or the panel discussion. I start with welcoming B. Ranganathan sir. B. Ranganathan sir is a General Counsel MCure, General Counsel of MCure Pharmaceuticals Limited. P. Raghunathan sir is presently the General Counsel. Prior to his stint, he was with Edelweiss Financial Services Limited and with Tata Group. He is a fellow member of ICSI, ICMI and holds a law degree. Raghunathan sir has 30 years of experience in the corporate field, encompassing governance, company law, investment banking, corporate restructuring, NBFCs and allied corporate law matters. He is a member of the Secretarial Standard Board of ICSI. He was a member of Company Law Review Committee constituted by MCA to review Companies Act. He is a senior faculty with various business schools and regular speaker in IPSI, ICMI, ICMA, besides being attached to Industry Association. He is also a regular faculty with the Institute of Directors. And today, B. Raghunathan sir will deliberating on the on IPO, QIP, RI, and aspects with respect to the company secretary's profession. So he will be dealing on this topic. I had my privilege and honor to introduce our second panelist for the second half of the webinar, that is CS Kapil Dev Taneja sir. Kapil Taneja sir holds a bachelor degree honors in commerce. He is a qualified CMA from ICI, a qualified company secretary and LLB from the University of Delhi. In his professional stint spanning over 3 decades, Mr. Taneja sir has worked with many manufacturing companies. His past industry associations have been with respect to MNCs like Sona BLW, where he served as GM Legal and Consultant, as a company secretary with Caparo India, where he was looking GM Legal and Group Company Secretary. Mr. Taneja is presently working as a partner and insolvency professional in RBSA Restructuring Advisors LLP, and he has achieved multiple successful resolution in his IBC space. We welcome you, sir, and Kapil Taneja sir will be deliberating on the topic framework of IBBI circulars, LODR's latest provisional and guidance note, IBC impact on listed companies. So that will be the deliberation done by Kapil Taneja sir. Now I had privilege and honor to read the profile of our third panelist for today, CS Shekhar Krishnan sir. Shekhar Krishnan sir is a chartered accountant, CMA and company secretary, and had a rare distinction of passing CMA, CA, CS examination at the age of 23 years, securing 25th rank in CA final, 7th rank in CA final examination. He is presently associated with Chatterjee Group as a director, head, legal and company secretary. In a distinguished career spanning 37 years, Shekhar sir has acquired a wealth of experience and expertise in company law, security laws, capital issues, joint ventures, private equity, mergers, acquisition, contract, international, domestic arbitration, litigation management. He has forte for structuring innovation solution to financial, legal and business problem. He has also been a regular speaker at seminar and workshop organized by various professional bodies and has contributed several articles in various professional journals and seminars. He has been chairman of EIRC of IC 2005. He has authored several books including Guidance of SEBI, Capital Issue Debentures, a Guide to Investment Services, and also a special aid to Ramayya's A Guide. So all the listeners can very well judge that if he combined overall experience is spanning more than touching almost 100 years or maybe going more than that. So we are blessed to have the learned faculties. I would request CS Raghunathan sir to please start with the session with this topic on IPO, QIP, RI and aspect with respect to the company secretaries. Welcome, Raghunathan sir. Sir, may I request to open your mic, sir?
Good evening, friends, and am I audible, Himanshu?
Yes, sir, you're very much audible, sir.
Because this is a customary question or a customary confirmation that takes, just before an internal auditor, they come and present all the fancy presentations, right? So this has become a habit to just ask. So thanks. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for coming in the on a Sunday evening. And thanks to Himanshu and Sonia, madam, for inviting me to
recollect me that there is a person sitting over in Bombay to come and talk on this. So thanks a lot for. Okay, Himanshu, this question is to you. Before we start the panel discussion, I just wanted, out of curiosity, what is this Capital Market Week? Why is it celebrated by the Institute only during August? Is there a reason for it? Because every chapter, morning I just finished one 2-hour marathon session in the Pune chapter. So what is the reason? Is there? I can understand SEBI was enacted in April 1992. Maybe that could have been a very good. I just wanted to know why this, please, for a minute, for all of us to understand. I hope the other panelists are okay with this.
So primarily the reason because the profession of company secretary can be torchbearers in enlightening the industry with respect to the capital market. So that might be the reason.
No, why August is my question. Why August is my question.
That's why we have called learned faculties like you, sir, to guide us.
That's okay. That's okay. I think it should be, what I mean to say is, I think the suggestion that I think on behalf of, I take that right of, on behalf of other panelists also and other members. It should be throughout the year, in parts, in tranches, as and when something comes up instead of rushing. Good. Just as a matter of, I have the right to talk to you. So, yes. So just coming back and growth opportunities, when we talk about this, I'm just splitting into very quickly. I think the Indian capital market has seen over the years how it has grown. It's exactly, I think, come this, 22 April 2022, I think it will complete 30 years. When the SEBI Act, how it was enacted. All the facts and figures, I will leave it to Krishnan sir to give. He has a lot of, handy figures. So he will also touch on the statistics for us to, mind-boggling memory that he has. And, we happen to be co-panelist with the ERC some couple of days back. So thank you, sir. Thank you for that. So I would request you to please share once again that statistics which you shared with us the other day, please. It will be very.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan.
It will be very interesting for us. So they started, forget about the controller of capital issues from a control regime to a free pricing mechanism that the SEBI, the first and foremost that they did was this giving entrepreneurs the freedom to fix the price for a public issue. But we being Indian entrepreneurs, we have seventh sense. I always believe that we have seventh sense, Indian entrepreneurs. So the moment you gave a free pricing, everybody came out with some kind of issues. And finally, it just lasted for maybe 3.5 years, 92 to 95. And there was a lull in the capital market. And again, go back and a lot of things had to be done. And that's where I think in the late 90s, to be precise, sometime in January 1999, the buyback was also, the Companies Act gave way for buyback of shares. And that's how slowly it picked up. So that's how it went. And post 2002 and 3, the concept of book building, the concept of bringing in categories of investors in IPO was also put in place from QIBs, the non-institutional investors and the retail investors. And Maruti Suzuki was a fantastic example of how book building could work. I will touch something later, but I think could work in an Indian context. I'm just giving, and going forward, I think thanks to a lot of financial innovation that was happening in a lot of financial products over the globally, and also from how the Indian financial wizards picked up so many financial products, the improvisation and the innovations that was brought in. And one was a very good thing when people were chasing FCCBs and ECBs. Shekhar sir, you would remember between 2002 and 2005, how the rush of companies going in for FCCBs and other things. But came a very good concept, and effective August 2006, if my memory is right, the QIP was introduced by SEBI. That's a greatest, and thanks to regulators, they are also in line with what is happening in the financial market. And come 2008, then you had a very good, debt was never seen as a kind of a financial instrument in an Indian context. And that's where the debt regulations also came into being. That was another great thing. And today we are talking about companies that equity, those equity shares that are not listed, but only the NCDs are listed. And they are also doing fantastic job, especially the financial services space and the NBFCs, how they contribute through raising all these things. And thanks to that, a lot of innovations. I also just wanted to touch on one thing. like many of us, some of us might be knowing about this called structured product. Structured product, a lot of NBFCs issue. It's nothing but you don't link that non-convertible debentures to a fixed rate of interest, but at the same time you link it to, say, a market linked, say to an NC, what do you call it, a Sensex or a Nifty index or to a particular bank stock. And whatever the upsides you get by investing in those group of or those kind of stocks, you also repay to the investors, that kind of a thing. So gone are those days when you have only fixed rate of interest. Of course, it's there for other companies, but this is also one thing which was prevalent in the private field, private area, where I really feel in 2008, you can go back and check September 28, 2011, SEBI came out with a very beautiful structured product regulations, So why I'm telling all these things, the more and more we read, there was a concept in this. Many companies, Shekhar sir, I think you might be knowing, is that, people were issuing NCDs and there was this called principal protected. In the sense, companies used to issue NCDs, but while repaying, they used to repay at a much reduced rate. There was a question asked whether that could be done. So they came out with the beautiful regulations and preventing that kind of a thing to be done, especially even if you are doing in a private place. Then slowly came this structured product is one which I really wanted to touch, and the listing, the entire IPO process of listing, right from those days, 70, 78 days or whatever it is, to 42, 21, and then it is 12, and now it is 6. And maybe I think it's a question of time where we will get all the shares listed within a period of T plus 3 days. I think thanks to regulators, I want to acknowledge, I think whatever on one side, many things, corporate accidents do happen because Indian entrepreneurs have 7 sense. It will happen, but at the same time, it is also teaching not only the Indian entrepreneurs, but we as professionals, how are we gearing up for this situation is one of the wonderful thing that we need to take care of ourselves. See, when we talk about the growth, what is the regulatory aspects, and we as professional, what are the proactive things that we are into it? Being a technical guy, you and I should go into the details of certain things. But when it comes to proactiveness, that's where I would request all of us, everybody, I think we need to be slightly proactive is one thing, friends. I just wanted to say this. Second thing I just wanted, because we need to support the business. And how do we support the business within the ambit of regulatory front? There are n number of things that we can do. And that is why, we have, a very good professional, we should be blessed to have people like Mr. Krishnan and all who had written a lot of books and articles. We should take some guidance from all those articles. Never rely only on Google, friends. Don't rely only. We have our own faculty members. We should be proud. We should be proud of those people. Please refer to them. Please disturb them. Please call them. Sanjay Gupta is also there. Please call him and ask him, what is this? How do you interpret? Now he was interpreting this LODR. Somebody was asking about that board meetings and other thing. I had just a few seconds to listen to him. Good to see Sanjay after a very long time. Without telling me, he left Bombay. So good to see him again. So in fact, more than the, while we talk on IPO and other thing, rights issue has also taken a very good shape. The rights issue has also taken a very good shape. But QAP is the fastest way and you can raise money, friends. QAP. So whenever you get an opportunity to handle a QAP, please do it. I'll touch on certain other things slightly later during the discussion, but I'll just end with one thing. While we talk on IPO and all those things, please let us also not forget the role that we can play in typical takeovers of companies, takeovers, buybacks, and the delisting. Though we are seeing a lot of buybacks happening due to in the recent times, delisting, as and when it happened, but it has taken a different shape. It is not those days of 2008 where delisting, you make a proposal, finally the promoters had to, they will not go because of cartelization happening in fixing the, in arriving at a price through reverse book building process, but gone are those days, and SEBI is very conscious of that fact. And a lot of good things have come in delisting regulations, friend. Why I'm insisting is, as capital market fraternity, as a company secretary, I think whether you handle something or not, or whenever you get to handle something, please get into the details and just please handle. One more last thing which I wanted to finish, Himanshu, is that I think we as company secretary, one thing, friends, please take it in the right spirit. I think one thing which I always reiterate is we are the good interpreters of corporate law. I think we should believe in ourselves. I think that is what is lacking, is what I believe. Secondly, when that kind of a faith, if the management has to repose in us, not only management, the regulator has to repose in us. Also, please develop how to draft resolutions, friends. I'm telling you, this is something which, in my experience, I want every person, every single company secretary to know that how drafting resolutions are more. And just because there is a certain, we lack in something, some other profession has taken the role that you and I can play very effectively in the capital market, Himanshu. That's what I need to say. And I would once again request Krishnan sir to, briefly touch on whenever just that statistics. I want to just listen once again to those statistics. And thanks, Himanshu. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. If you can throw some light in DD aspects also.
So you want to start this session? I would request, let others also start, and then we can get into a panel
yes,
mode, please.
Very, very, very well, sir. Very well. Now it's my honor and privilege to call upon our second panelist for deliberation on his topic, CS Kapil Taneja, sir, who will be deliberating on IBBI circulars, LODR, latest provisional guidance note, IBC impact on listed company. Welcome, Kapil Taneja, sir.
Thank you very much. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. And you're audible also, sir.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to my alma mater, ICSI, for giving me this opportunity. Sure. Better now?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you. So it's a privilege to share this virtual dais with my fellow company secretaries Ranga sir and Shekhar sir. I also acknowledge the presence of my good friend Sanjay Gupta amongst the audience. I will be giving today the IP perspective. And before I start my presentation, I thought let me speak a bit about the corporate governance paradigm in India, the compliance for listed companies. It is standing on three verticals from the IBC perspective. The first and foremost is the corporate governance structure under the Companies Act of 2013. Then the provisions of SEBI as aligned with IBC under the listing agreements is the second one. And thirdly, the good governance structure which has been so wonderfully put up by the IBBI, and the compliance of LODR, of course, has been made mandatory for all listed companies. I must also say that similar provisions exist in UK and US, the developed world, and the UK law, of course, provide for cancellation of shares in the event of insolvency. And US, the NASDAQ is authorized to suspend or terminate trading of shares which have filed for bankruptcy. You're all aware that the Indian laws are based on the UK structure. So now I start my presentation. First and foremost is the circular of IBBI, which went way back in January 2018. You're all aware that IBC came into play, although it was promulgated in May 2016, it actually started implementing in the December of the same year. So in this circular, it was mandated that the IP has to ensure that the company complies with all the applicable laws, and it is mentioned as an example in this circular, including the SEBI LODR regulations of 2018. I'm not able to move my slide. Can you help me, Atul? Let me try once again. Is there somebody from IT available, Himanshu?
I just give them a call.
Atul, please take care.
I think he's making the slide available from the back end. I request
Okay.
Atul to start the slide from the back end if possible.
It has started moving now.
Yes,
So
yes.
I've taken the
Very fine.
relevant extract of this IBBI circular, and as I said, it is mentioned to the SEBI LODR. Very importantly is what I have highlighted in color red, that if there's any loss, including penalty on account of non-compliance of any provision of the applicable law, such loss shall not form part of the CIRP or liquidation process cost. And very importantly, that the IP will be held responsible for the non-compliance. Now, this I would like to mention here a case law which is in case the Videocon, wherein there were a penalty of 4 crore which was levied for pre-CIRP period, and 4 crore was levied for during the CIRP. So total of 8 crore penalty has been levied. The question that is being raised is whether the pre-CIRP penalty which has been levied by SEBI, whether that forms a part of the process which should have been done through a claim, because there are any number of Supreme Court rulings which says that if the amount is not claimed, then there is no possibility of the amount getting reimbursed. So there are so many examples where the claims have been extinguished because these were not filed in time or filed correctly. So will I have to stop and come once again? This again stop moving. Yeah, and then the LODR, of course, May 2018 onwards, the SEBI LODR regulations were made effective. I'm not going into this detail because of paucity of time. These are the circular of 8th of January this year about the disclosure requirements. These have been modified. I'll go into these in detail. This is the notice signed by the Chairman SEBI dated 8th of January, wherein it is mentioned clearly the existing subclause 1 has been substituted, and this is the requirement which has been given in this. These has to be given by the company.
Hello.
9th of January, the guidance note has come in. There are new disclosure requirements which have been added. There is a NSE circular which is there on IBBI website, which says that the list of events and the disclosures for which has to be given. These are given in detail. That prior intimation of at least 2 working days about the date of hearing where NCLT would be considering the resolution plan, that needs to be given to the stock exchange. Disclosure of the approval of resolution plan has to be made to the exchange on oral pronouncement or otherwise of the order of the NCLT. And the RP has been given the responsibility to inform the stock exchange about the impact on the existing shareholders. Similar notification also by BSE. I'm not going into detail on this, but it's almost identical. The date is also same, 9th of July 21. The obligation that needs to be given. Of course, one question mark from the IP perspective is that once the CIRP commences, there is often a problem about getting the login password and getting the login details, and that's a challenge. But nonetheless, the responsibility has been cast on the RP, and he has to ensure that this is complied with. Similarly, the exchange also is required to identify, very importantly, and tag the security in a manner which will be easy for the member and the market participants to also know that the security is currently under IBC. So with this, I close my presentation. Over to you, Himanshu.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful deliberation. Now, I request and call upon our third panelist, C.S. Shekhar Krishna sir, who will be deliberating on topic overview of the trends in capital market with a specific focus on equity, debt, mutual fund, FIIs, REIT, Invitis and retail investor. Welcome Shekhar sir, Krishna sir. All over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Himanshu. Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Ranganathan, Mr. Kapil Taneja, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, and the distinguished professionals present here. A very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the NIRC of ICSI for having given me an opportunity to share my views as a panelist on the theme growth and opportunities in capital market. It's given the state of the capital market, it's a very apt theme, and I will give you a broad overview of the capital market, which will give you an idea of the phenomenal opportunities available to professionals, both in your capacity as a company secretary and as an investor in the capital market. See, let's start with the ambitious targets set by the government. See, the government has set a target, GDP target of $5 trillion by FY 24-25. This requires a sustained real growth rate of real GDP of 8%. And if you assume inflation at 6%, then we are looking at a nominal GDP growth of 14% per annum. The government has also envisaged an investment of INR 111 trillion in 5 years. That is an average of 22 trillion per annum for meeting the infrastructure requirements. So this is really a tall order. And we also need to develop specific strategic domestic industries on a large scale as envisaged under Atmanirbhar Bharat. All this require phenomenal investment which will have to come to a large extent from the capital market. So it presupposes that we will have a vibrant capital market. And thankfully, when I'm speaking now, the market has been in very good shape in the last 1 year, and it has been extremely buoyant. So through the buoyant capital market, we can channelize the savings of millions of investors in productive channels in the business. So, and we are really looking, given the state of the economy, we are really looking forward to exciting times for the economy and the capital market. To give you an idea of the stock market, it has staged a dramatic turnaround. I think on 23rd of March 2020, we had touched a low of 7,511, and I think the index tanked by 12% on that particular day. From there, we have come a long way, and in the Indian stock market has been one of the best performing stock markets in the world, with the BSE Sensex today is at around 52,586 and Nifty is at 15,763 as compared to a panic low of 7,511 on 23rd March 2020. The market cap of the Indian capital market is around USD 225 trillion. That is, it was up by 66% in 1 year. And so it was one of the, our Indian stock market was one of the, despite the pandemic, we were one of the best performing stock markets in the world. And today we command 2.6% of the world market cap. The market cap to GDP ratio, this is one of the favorite indicators used by the legendary investor Warren Buffett. We are at, to give an indication of the valuation of the market, it is around 115%. Market cap to GDP is 115% today, from a low of 57% in March 2020. And at the peak of the bull market, we had one major bull market when the Sensex Sensex had moved from a level of 3,000 to 21,000 in a span of just 4 years. From 3,000 in April 2003, the market had hit 21,000 in January 2008. Sevenfold jump in a span of just less than 5 years. And during that period, the market cap to GDP had touched a high of 150. Here again, so today it is 115% as against 150% of GDP. And if we were to compare with the US bull market, US market, the market cap to GDP is hovering in the range of 150 to 160%, which is close to the peak levels. And even this 115% of GDP is to be seen in context, because we are looking at a very high growth phase in the next 2 years. So given that the GDP will keep growing, so automatically the ratio will get scaled down. And some more interesting numbers, the NSE had the pride of place as the #1 exchange in the world in stock index options, in contracts and stock index options, #2 in stock futures, and #2 in the world in terms of number of trades. Now let me give my idea of the FII investment. FII investment in the Indian stock market in FY 2021 was a record USD 37 billion. I think we had done 16 billion, if I'm not mistaken, in the year 14-15, and we have done 37. This time the inflow was a record 37 billion. This was on top of the massive outflow which we had seen in March 2020. And there are nearly 10,000 foreign portfolio investors. We call them FPIs now, and they are registered from around 59 countries. Now, retail has become a significant force to reckon with in recent times in the capital market, especially in the retail interest has been picking up over the last 4 or 5 years. And in the last year, especially retail participation has gone up in a big way. It has really gained traction. To give an indicator, the demat accounts are up from 41 million in FY20, March 20, to 55 million in March 21. And last year itself, we had a record 1.2 million demat accounts opened every month. But even over those high numbers, in the very first quarter of the current year, we are having roughly 2.4 million demat accounts being opened every month. So the trend has further accentuated with the doubling of the demat accounts. Now let's look at the fundraising from the capital market. Very few of you may be aware that massive amount of funds are raised from the capital market, both equity and debt. And even in the FY 20 and 21, each of the years about around 1 trillion, 10 trillion was raised from the capital market. 1 trillion is equal to 1 lakh crores for people who are not familiar with billions and trillions. So if it is 10 trillion means roughly 10 lakh crores Indian rupees have been raised from the capital market in the years FY 20 and 21. Out of which, on an average, if you see the past trend, 70% is raised from the debt market and 30% comes from equity. And so roughly, if you are looking at something like 3 trillion from equity or 3,000 billion, out of which, the amount raised through IPOs was 214 billion in FY20, and this doubled to INR 460 billion in FY21. And corporates have been raising funds by IPOs, FPOs, rights issues, QIP placements. We have had preferential allotments, all types of issues. And so if you look at even the total amount raised through equity, I think hardly 30% had come from IPOs, rest have been from rights issues and from QIP placement. QIP placement has been, as Mr. Ranganathan mentioned, QIP has really been the flavor of the day because companies are able to raise huge amount of funds from the market without going through the rigmarole of a public issue. And vibrant stock markets have ensured that most IPOs get oversubscribed. Valuation is what the investor can bear. The most recent instance has been a Zomato IPO of nearly 10,000 crores, 9,375 crore. And it was, by traditional parameters, it was considered overvalued for a company which is yet to make profits, which is basically the delivery chain business, but it's a unique business model and the first of its kind to be hit the markets with an IPO. It was oversubscribed 38 times. And not only that, against the issue price of 76, it got on the listing day itself, it hit a high of 140, giving about 80% return on investment in just 3 days. MF, mutual funds have also come of age. MF investments have gone by leaps and bounds, and the AUM, or the assets under management with mutual funds, is up from 22 trillion in FY20 to 31 trillion in FY21. That is a 40% jump. As I mentioned, the retail participation in MFs have been going up over the last 4 years. It has jumped from 4 crore. MF folios have gone up from 4 crore to 8 crores in the last 4 years. This is a pointer towards the increasing retail participation. The ESG theme has been trending. ESG theme is one of the favored themes by especially by many of the investors and the private equity funds for investing in markets. And ESG theme has an AUM of close to INR 100 billion. Increased investments in ETFs as also exchange traded funds has also been one of the trends. With exchange traded funds, AUMs, under exchange traded funds, you have funds dedicated for Nifty, for Sensex, for gold, for bank Nifty. These are some of the popular ETFs. They have gone up from 2% in FY16 to 9%. That is, the AUMs have gone up from 2% to 9% over the last 5 years. So the ETF AUM itself is around INR 2.9 trillion. Now, what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. Because if you look at it, though the mutual fund folios have gone up, the AUM, assets under management to GDP, is just a meager 11% in India today as compared to the global average of 60%. So it's only less than 20% of the global average. Now, SEBI as a market regulator has played a commendable role in balancing this. Nearly 100 consultative papers have been issued in the last 5 years and 27 in the financial year 1920 alone in response to market needs and to tone up the efficiency of the markets and bring them in line at par with the global benchmarks. So there have been considerable reforms, like the listing of IPO is now completed within 3 days of closure of issue from T plus, it used to be T plus 70 as Mr. Ranganathan mentioned in the good old days. From there we moved up to T plus 6 and now it's T plus 3. There have been considerable reforms in the rights issue mechanism, like the timeline for rights issues have come down from T plus 55 to T plus 31. ASBA facility with UPI mechanism has been made available has been mandatory for subscription to rights issues. So today I don't need to go to the bank and issue the checks and all that. At a click of a button, all I need to do is use the app given by the registrar, and in 2 minutes time I have subscribed to the right issue and I get a confirmation. Things have never been so easy. Technology has been at the forefront in Indian markets. And the requirement for promoters' contribution for FPOs, for further public offers, have been waived for companies are listed in NSE Emerge and BSE SME. We have a separate innovator growth platform in NSE Emerge and BSE SME for technology companies. So, and technology has been driving the market. We have been among the forefront in achieving almost 100% dematerialization, and our technology is on par with the global standards. And the new developments in research and learning, innovation sandbox, artificial intelligence, machine learning are further going to drive the innovation in capital markets and bring about a paradigm shift in the way we do business. And it's going to be, we are going to see a permanent shift in the major paradigm shift in the stock market's landscape. So given the enormous opportunities, growth in the capital market in all segments, our company secretaries and all professionals can look forward to very exciting opportunities in the primary and the secondary market. So we are looking forward to really interesting deliberations on the opportunities ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shekhar Krishnan sir. It's a staggering figures, I must say, and the growth we can see in the capital market is tremendous for the professionals and the other person interested. So thank you so much, C. Virangathan, who was delivering IPOs, Kapil sir on IBBI and IBC code, and Shekhar Krishnan sir on the capital markets latest trend. Now we go on to Q&A and the panel discussion among the learned panelists, and I request all the audience who have joined from various parts of the country that if you have any question from any of the learned panelists or the faculties for today, they can ask in the link provided by the ICSI. So, sir, let's start with the panel discussion and a quick fire round, I call it, so that we can quickly wind up as many questions as we can to make this panel discussion more interesting. My first question straight away to you, Shekhar Krishnan sir. What are the different modes and instruments for raising funds in primary market? Any of the panelists can add upon, but my straightforward question to you, sir. Different modes and instruments for raising funds in primary market, sir.
Yeah. So on the modes, first of all, we have the IPO is the time-tested, initial public offering is the time-tested method by which companies have been hitting the market. Then if the company wants to go for a listed company wants to go for a further offering, they can go for FPOs or the further public offers. Then we have the rights issues, which is an offering to the existing shareholders. We have the QIPs, qualified institutional placement, which is a preferential allotment to institutional players. Then we have had in the past, which is no longer in vogue now, we had GDR issues. We had global depository receipt, which was very much in vogue when it was first introduced between 1994 to 2000. ADR issues, quite a few companies like Infosys, Wipro, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank had all come out with ADR issues, which involved listing on the New York Stock Exchange and compliance with SEC regulations. So we are and we had a few startup companies also like Rediff and Make My Trip. They all got listed through ADR issues without going through the domestic issues. We had Euro convertible bonds, which was also a trend in those days, but which is no longer in vogue because, as Mr. Ranganathan mentioned, most companies have been opting for QIP. They are able to raise funds domestically at market-linked prices without having to bother about exchange fluctuations and all that. Now, talking of instruments, well, equity in the good old days, in fact, even a decade ago, we have seen a lot of innovation in the markets. We have had equity issues. We had convertible debentures, which could be issued up to a tenure of 36 months with a put and call option in those days. And mostly, so which used to get converted in tranches. And the classic example, of course, is that Reliance triple option convertible debentures, which there hardly any investor who had not subscribed to it. Reliance was the pioneer in coming out with issues of convertible debentures. Then we have had issues of non-convertible, less common, issues of non-convertible debentures, mostly by financial institutions, and many times they used to issue non-convertible debentures with warrants as a sweetener, which gives the warrants give an option. It's like a warrant is a derivative instrument. So it's a call option, which enables the investor to get shares at a certain price or on expiry of a certain period. It's an option. So that's one of the instruments. And that's been broadly, we have had partly convertible debentures as well. One part is non-convertible, one part is convertible. We have had convertible preference shares. I have even handled issues with structured obligations. We have it as a say, preference share SO, so wherein it's guaranteed, so that obligations are guaranteed by some institutions, so you get a higher rating in the process. Structured obligations. So these are some of the instruments, but of recent times, it's been largely equity issues. I have not even seen too many issues of hardly see any issues of convertible debentures as well. It's plain vanilla equity, which has been the flavor for the last year or two.
Just to add on to what Mr. Krishnan sir said, I think debentures are also gained a lot of importance, especially for NBFCs in the last maybe right from 2013 till date. I think a lot of NBFCs are switching over to raising capital through NCDs. And luckily, so far, there has not been any default in repayments. Luckily, that's one good sign where I feel that debentures bond market, should also be revived. It revived in the sense it has not even taken a proper shape in Indian context. People have to believe, and it's only we professionals who have to, give that investor education about the NCDs as compared to the fixed deposits. One more thing, I think very interestingly, I had an opportunity to handle what do you call as masala bonds. Masala bonds is again latest trend, but not many companies have ventured into, but I had an opportunity to, where the risk of conversion is on the investor, unlike in an ECB or an FCCB, it is on the investor. So Indian companies are well protected on that front, masala bonds. And I've seen for one of the clients handling a green bonds, which is essentially on the environmental sector where companies also raise, but these are all in limited, but there are the companies that are coming in. My only request to all our professionals is a lot of financial innovations are happening. Please, friends, everything is within the ambit of the company law and the capital markets, the nuances, and then please respond to that is my thing, instead of saying upfront that this is not, because we are used to equities, convertible securities, debentures, and that's the end of the story. But it goes beyond that, and that's where I think we as professionals should also, I'll reiterate, friends, I'll keep on reiterating whenever this happens, because there are plenty of opportunities and it's being taken over by some other. I'm really feeling pity for that. So we are very much capable of completing. That's what I would also just to extend. And sir, T+3 is yet to come. T+6 today also, it is still T+6, T+3. There have been a lot of talks going on, but I know because of the UPA mechanism, even the first phase was tested. The second phase, it's not yet been tested. It's not the covaxin testing or COVID phase 2, but the UPA mechanism, the first phase is over. But the second phase, there were some hindrances, some small hitches that are occurring, and that's the reason SEBI is slightly wanting to introduce. Maybe at any moment that might also come in once the UPA system, and also the banking system has also. Now we need to acknowledge the efforts that the banking system has, as you rightly said, Mr. Krishnan sir, that by sitting at your place today, you can apply for any issue, thanks to the banking system as well. So that's the thing which I wanted to just touch upon. Over to you, Himanshu.
Just to add, Himanshu, to what Shekhar sir and Ranga sir have very comprehensive reply given already. My experience at the time of the resolution plan, we find that there is a pressure from the bank side. The banks want the amount to be given upfront, whereas the RA is looking at somehow deferring the payment obligation. So there is a scenario where we have seen wherein not only debentures have been tried, debentures have been agreed by the bankers, some other innovative instruments also are in the play. But the banks keep their foot down. Banks insist that entire amount should be given upfront. And in fact, banks work from quarter to quarter. So they will, even if there is a request by the RA that the payment be made in, say, 1 year in 4 quarters, they will always try to compress the payment, say, in 1 quarter, at max 2 quarters. What to talk about a financial year.
Sir, with your permission, Himanshu, I just had one very curious to Mr. Kapil sir, because I'm not into IPC, though we broadly know what happens. Another thing being, as ARC was part of my thing. But just wanted one very academic, but at the same time very inquisitive. When the management in IPC is taken over by the COC, how do we ensure the regulations of SEBI, LODR and other things are in place? And according to you, how many listed companies have come into the IBC, sir? Just a broad understanding for the benefit of everybody, please.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. My calculation tells me about 250 listed companies have come into IBC so far. And another important offshoot of this is how many have completed the resolution.
Oh.
So around 10 big companies, you would remember the first list of RBI in which there were 12 companies. Out of those 12 companies, the listed companies were quite so many, like Bhushan, Monet, Alok, of course, which went into Reliance, and there were some which were not listed, like the SR, the Electro Steel, and the Videocon. And yes, your question about compliance, that is squarely on the shoulders of the RP. The RP has to get the login and the password from the erstwhile management and make sure that the compliance is done. Otherwise, as I've explained to you, the onus, the penalty, if any is imposed on the company, that comes squarely on the RP.
Now, how do you comply with the corporate board composition, or there's complete exemption to it? The complete exemption, sir?
No, there is, in fact, as far as the IBC is concerned, everybody understands the challenges. For instance, even if the powers of the board gets suspended, our experience is that it is practically impossible to conduct a board meeting because our focus then is on conducting COCs. I mean, who is to do a board meeting where the focus has shifted from the debtor in possession to the creditor in control? But to say that the duties have been suspended, no, only the powers are suspended. So technically, there's a requirement that the duties must be there, that the board meeting must be conducted. But our experience tells us it's not being done.
Okay, good.
IP needs a lot of support. IP needs a lot of support from the exiting board of directors to ensure and the present and the outgoing management for proper compliance with all the LODR regulations and conducting board meetings, because he has just come on board and the infrastructure, and typically IP would not have the infrastructure, so a lot of support will be looked upon. Because I was involved in takeover of a company under the IBC route.
Okay.
Yeah, so
we can have a separate session on that. There's so much of masala on that. Himanshu is taking note of that.
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
With the problems at every stage, we had to, it was a chessboard. We had to keep making the smart moves to ensure that we are able to. Because we always had to preempt what would be the more the existing management. So, but finally, when we felt okay, fine, it is through. There's a big sigh of relief.
You will require so much of legal support on that, for that to
absolutely
take it through.
It has been a very interesting exercise. For 1 year, it was going on, the whole process.
No, as you rightly said, Mr. Kapil, I think as Himanshu is noting down, we should have some real brainstorming session, because we as professionals, and especially who are into those kind of assignments or into that, I think we need some sort of a guidance is what I would believe. Thank you, Kapil sir.
Definitely, sir. We keep it as a separate session some better day, sir. Now, my question directly to Birinathan, sir, to you, that big book building, has it really helped in price discovery?
Okay, a very interesting one. So book building, as I said, it was attempted once the DIP guidelines came in 2000, and the first one of the very first few companies was this Maruti Suzuki, where the book building concept itself is based on financial, arriving at a financial price. It's called the Dutch auction method. When you do it, so that's where you arrive at, and you give a price band to a particular thing, and then depending on the demand and supply, wherever the price at which the maximum number of shares are tendered, you fix the price. That is the intention. That is how a Dutch auction works. But it started, and regulations also give you a power to have a 20% bandwidth, and it's all done with a very good intention that today when you talk about pricing, free pricing, the entire thing is left to the the entrepreneur to decide. Of course, the so-called merchant bankers are there to bridge the gap between the expectation of the promoters and the reality. So when it happens, the valuation is also taken for a task. So whether are we fixing it at the proper thing. And that is where the regulators fell. Then give them a price band. Even in an M&A, when you do an M&A, it's always better. I always feel that give us some range, fix a particular range, and then go ahead and do it. But unfortunately, what we are saying is none of the companies is taking advantage of this. For example, today, when you talk about a price fixation, even in the latest Zomato case, if you see, it was between 72 to 76. You have been given your freedom to fix that. Don't fix it at only a small range of. In fact, most cases 800 to 801. The entire concept is taken for a mockery of the things. In fact, it's far better for the entrepreneur to have that kind of a range. And so I feel and because people don't want to do a fixed price, which is also allowed. Many of us might be thinking IPO hoga to book building mein hi karna chahiye. No, fixed price is also allowed. But slightly the process is different, and that's where, and price discovery, when you do a roadshow, you really get a flavor of what is going to be the price and what is going to be the demand. So, and that's why you should, but unfortunately that has not taken shape. But yes, if you ask me, those were the days when it worked in a reverse manner, which is called the reverse book building in a, in a delisting process.
Yeah.
It really worked, but people took advantage of that due to, by forcing cartel and, coming back. And that's why SEBI has put some caps on those kind of things in the delisting. But really book building as a process, India it's just for the sake of doing it. And I feel it has the issuers have not taken really advantage of that price bandwidth that is being given. Yes, over to you, Himanshu.
Thank you, sir. Now, my next question is to CS Kapil Taneja, sir, with this rich experience in IBC law. What are the problems faced by the IRP or the RP in compliance with the laws in respect to the capital market laws? You can also, sir, with that answer. So, what are the challenges faced by the IRP or the RP these days?
I think if I start, Himanshu, I'll not be able to end. So many. Yeah. But typically from the IP perspective, in compliance with the capital market angle, I think the challenge remains about how to take charge and how to ensure, because generally it is seen that when a company is under stress, the compliance also takes a hit. So it is seen that financial accounts are not prepared. The MCA returns are pending. The SEBI part is also in default. The NSE, BSE part is in default. So everywhere the RP has to step in and make sure. And it is not merely one aspect. It is not Companies Act or the listed company aspect. So many other defaults are also all around. And he has to take care and make sure it is done. Big challenge, which is where it is. We are finding that it is increasingly difficult for one man or a smaller units to handle. Recently, there was a circular about a penalty which has created quite a hue and cry in the IP community. We find that the IP entities like us, which have got a large number of people, which are organized, which have got the systems and the processes, we are much better equipped to handle, because we have got a team of people. We can depute multiple locations. For instance, RBSA has got offices in 6 locations. I don't need to travel to Mumbai, to Chennai, to Calcutta, to Hyderabad. So I can get my team members to go and meet. If there's an issue with the BSE, NSE, if I have to go from Delhi, it's a big challenge in the pandemic times. I can request my team from Mumbai to go and meet and sort it out. So the entities are definitely better placed, and that's why the banks are also preferring that the tasks are given to organized players. Unfair, but that's how life is.
Yes. Now my next question is, I'm taking straight away from the question asked by the members, by the audience, because it's a very interesting question since I have looked into this question. And I would request Shekhar Krishnan sir to primarily answer, and the faculties can join. Please discuss innovative capital market opportunities for startup to raise funds. And this is asked by Mr. Agate Joseph Esau, a member of ICSI. Please discuss innovative capital market opportunities for startups to raise funds.
Yeah, if we talk of innovative, see, we have an innovator growth platform. That is for technology startups. There is a separate platform both in NSE and BSE where a startup can raise funds. and they can get listed on the exchange even without going through a public issue. They have both options. Either it can be listing, so they get a price discovery for their share. But these are companies which go more for private equity transaction. And so by getting listed on the innovator growth platform, they are able to get a price discovery for their existing holdings. This is one of the mechanisms which have been there. And as I mentioned, there has not been much of, see, we can have structured obligations, we can have NCD with warrants. Like personally, I have been trying out a lot of innovations. Whenever I have been in the thing, like I have tried out convertible preference shares with warrants, convertible preference shares with as structured obligations, with warrants, which could be, exercisable after 18 months and after 36 months. So now, of course, they permit only 18 months. In the past, it was permitted. So up to 18 months, you can have warrants. So what happens? And that is again, the warrant conversion can happen at a 25% discount to the then prevailing market price. So what happens? Today you raise fund for a project. Today market price is 50. You're not able to get the price. But 18 months down the road, if the market price is 150, by issuing the warrants will get encashed at something like 112 rupees. For 150% rupees is like 30. Again, after 36 months, suppose the price is 300 rupees. Company has been consistently doing well for 3 years and the projects have got implemented. And then the conversion will happen at 25% discount to that. So these are all very attractive ways, options for the corporate, from the corporate perspective. So by which a company is able to, without any additional cost, by issuing warrants, they are able to raise funds at just a nominal discount to the market price prevailing in future. These were all possible in those days. And now, of course, we have only 18 months period. And then even convertible bonds, the same option was there in euro convertible bonds, wherein you issue it today. The euro convertible bonds are issued with a conversion option and a put and call option. And the conversion option may or may not be exercised. The conversion could be happening maybe in the euro 5 years down the road. And it could be at a 10% discount or something to the then prevailing market price. And I believe Tata Motors had issued euro convertible bonds, which was, and on which the conversion option was exercised many years down the road. So these are all ways. There are a number of innovation, but this has not been happening. Unfortunately, I have seen people have quite happy with quite plain vanilla equity instruments. Even NCD warrants. I have tried out all this: convertible, partly convertible, fully convertible, preference shares with as structured obligation with warrants. Different type of, each time I used to try out different type of instrument, and mostly it used to work. But that's not been happening in these days. Yeah.
Well said. I think it's not happening because for whatever reason, but the question that for startups, as you said, innovator growth platform, it's very limited to companies in technology and biotech area. Whereas to answer Mr. Joseph, one of the things that you should try to do is sweat equity shares. I don't know how many companies are really issuing sweat. That is one of the interesting facts that, if I'm a startup and if I want Himanshu on my board for his skills and the technology or whatever ways that he can contribute to my thing, I think that is one of the things which I think most of them are not trying to use. Secondly, what I wanted to also understand or, the business model. The business models, startups cannot be. That's why you see a lot of startups getting closed within a year or two. You should have the right partners and also the business model. I think the first and foremost it's a question of the problem that startups face is that they can't borrow, because the moment you go comes for everybody. Innovators Growth Platform also, sir, I think it was called institutional platform sometime back. They rechristened the name, but it is also
not. It is not taken off in much.
No, nothing. But it's there in the.
Talking of fundraising for the startups, it's mostly startups relying on PE funding, private equity funds.
So that's what I'm insisting.
Round two at the different stages, they get valuation and they go for IPO much later.
That's what I'm insisting, that the business model, if it is there, I think you can easily attract private equity guys.
But they look for usually good management. They look for innovation. They look for technology companies, pharma companies, very selective. They are not all types of companies cannot go to
absolutely.
PE.
See, PE, but nowadays even their trend is changing, because if they have to survive in India, they'll have to invest in other type of, slowly it is changing, the trend is slowly changing, it is going to take time. But yes, startups will face some sort of difficulty, but my only thing is, please, I think the business model is something which all the people will love, anybody who wants to invest in that company. So if the business model is good, it might take time, give them, that kind of a comfort, give them more stake. And, before IPO, whatever, let them come much before IPO, have a very clear set mindset to take it forward as an IPO or through any other method. Over to you, Himanshu.
So that's a great tip for all the young entrepreneurs here in the webinar, that please take right advisory, not go for trend. There can be other opportunities also. They can take advisory from the learned seniors we have from the profession. Very well done. Very well, sir. Very well said. Now my question is to be Nathan, sir. This again a very interesting question. What is the role of a CS in IPO due diligence?
Oh, this is fantastic thing, because we forget again, Himanshu, we forget that we are the guys who can do it very effectively. If you look at the offer document, it's broadly into 3 sections. One is on the business and the risk factors is one. Second is on the financial statements. Fine, you and I may not be so much of have an interest in that, but that's fine. But the third portion comes what they call is as a non-business section, where I think plethora of things, and that is the most difficult. Business sections you can always write. It's good English is what is enough. Of course, with supportings from different industrial reports or industrial research reports. But when it comes to the, this is where I think, friends, most of, especially whether you are in the corporate or doing an IPO or as a practicing secretary, you can always give a helping hand to the corporates to do this. One of the main thing which I noticed is that, very few companies come out with IPO within the initial 5 to 10 years, where I think right from February 2006, you have every e-filing concept was introduced and you have all the records. But I work both on the merchant banker side. When we don't have certain backups from the issuer, I think we are the persons who are hauled up. But look at the company side also. So my request to all of the professions, whenever you do any kind of any form filing or any kind, create a record, please also maintain a hard copy. I think nowadays we believe only in maintaining a soft copy, but also do this and go back. The moment your company is conceptualizing the idea of coming out with an IPO, start from day one, friends. I think that is what is required. One of the first thing is that, prepare the backups, especially the capital structure. If it is a 30, 40-year-old company, how do you prepare, how do you get those backups? The second important aspect is the management. Please define very clearly who are the promoters, who are the promoter group. Till that time you are an unlisted, you could have done so many things. Please go back and look at your annual return. You would have named somebody as a promoter. I say, chalo, he is holding some 5%, 10% and just throw him. But is he really satisfying that? Many of us, and that is where one of the important thing, friends, I would always reiterate, please read Companies Act. Many of us may not even know that there is a definition of a promoter, there is a definition of a listed company, there is a definition of a control. Everything is in the Companies Act. And you should also know certain things, how relevant is the articles of association, friends. I think we forget the moment a company is incorporated, MOA and AVO, it's gone for toss. It's there. Okay, we will give it whenever it is required, certified true copy karke de dete. But that is one articles. I would insist on articles. Please, friends, always go and see. Why I'm saying, and the provisions. Let me tell you, the entire power to SEBI is coming from Section 24 of the 2013 Act and Section 55A of the 1956 Act. It is not the SEBI Act. SEBI Act ke liye bhi, it's the power is coming from the Mother Act, Corporate Law ka Mother Act, which is Section 24. Please, we should be aware of it. Very interesting thing which I noticed in the last, maybe I should admit that only in the last 1 or 1.5 years, when a company is making a preferential offer, it should be authorized by articles, friends. Please understand. These are the nuances that you and I will face at the time of going an IPO. Be prepared before you hit that. I think we have a great role to play, and that's where the management and industry will start giving a lot of importance. They give importance, no doubt, to us. But I think if you have to be on the higher echelons of the management, I think that's where it's needed. And there's a great role. Don't miss is what is my take.
Wonderful practical tips that you have given. I request all the members who have joined across India, ask as many as questions you can ask from these learned faculties, because this is, I think, once in a year chance to get these three faculties in one platform. So ask whatever best you can.
That's what I'm requesting. That's what I'm requesting, Himanshu. Have it in a staggered manner. Every quarterly results के बाद Sanjay Gupta को बुला लो. But keep it post August 15th. Keep post after November 15th, February 15th. We should. I will also make a suggestion, but I think we should have.
That's a well noted.
And even IBC also, people do a lot of certificate courses, but that is not. We need to people and brainstorm certain things, Himanshu.
Yes.
Sorry.
We are celebrating capital market week, but IBC is such a dynamic law these days. So again, my straight away question comes to Kapil Tandon sir. What is a wish list you will suggest or wish for IP community? Because you belong to IP community, a lot of company secretaries have been practicing as a IP these days. So what wish list you will?
We have done so very quickly. In a span of 5 years, we got a state-of-the-art law, and very rapid progress has been made. A lot of hard work by a lot of company secretaries and cost accountants, and of course, under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Sahu, who has worked 24/7 to take IBBI to where it is today. I think we have state-of-the-art law. I think we are passing through a transition. The last 1 year was a bit tough because the IBC got suspended due to PAT. Bankers are looking at personal guarantee and the pre-pack which has come in recently. But CIRPs have somehow dried out because CIRPs now there is a concept of NIRC which is being, so from NIRC the accounts get shifted to AMC. From AMC they'll get into the pipeline, and it is not now. Earlier the IP was dealing, like I was dealing myself, with about 50 different branches. Even in a city, one is dealing with SAM 1 and SAM 2. One in Delhi, one in Mumbai, one in Ahmedabad, one in Hyderabad. So all that is going to get now compressed. And I think it's a reform which is very much was the need of the hour, and that has already been announced by the FM, and very rapid work has been done. The CEO already appointed. Now the second line is being appointed. So hopefully whatever pain has been there, thereafter there will be time for gain, because there is no doubt in everybody's mind that the NPA size has grown.
Yes. And
in 2016, when IBC came, the talk was about 9 lakh crore. I don't know how many zeros there is. My friend Shekhar is smiling. He'll give you the numbers of zeros in that number. Whereas the bankers believe that the number could be easily 15 lakh, 16 lakh crore. And despite the fact that there have been resolutions and there have been successes, but due to the stress in certain sectors, the number of NPA has also gone up.
Yes.
But we are ready. From the IP community side, we are ready, and we have the legal backup to back.
I think we should, as you rightly said, Kapil sir, I think we should be proud of having our own fraternity member to hit that. What a great moment for the company secretary profession. I think we need to acknowledge the efforts of Mr. Sahu sir in this forum.
But you have to be fair to him. He wears multiple hats. He was the member of Competition Commission.
Yes.
Finance. He was in SEBI. I mean, where was Dr. Sahu not?
And also in our institute. So
Tanisha, do you see this 1 CR limit coming down in near future? What is your views on that?
I think, to be fair, 1 crore limit is a tad high. Yes. But what is more important is, in terms of reforms, we are looking at pre-pack, which has come from the MSME sector.
But that is also enhanced to 1 CR now from 10 lakhs. The proposed amendment is coming.
No. For it will be too high for an MSME sector. But what a point I'm trying to make, Himanshu, is that pre-pack could be the norm even for regular CIRPs, non-MSME. Because that is what everybody is now clamoring. And everybody wants there to be certainty. They want to be clarity. And as a reform, globally, it's a much preferred, the pre-pack is a much preferred option. And I see that as a thing. I don't think the limit is, at least in the near future, I don't see it getting reduced.
So my next question is to all the panelists. Any panelist may answer because I'm checking straight away from the queries taken by one of the members of ICSI. What aspect are to be discussed in an application by RA for submission of interest under IBBI? So I think Kapil Tanaj is the best person to answer. May I repeat the question? What aspects are to be discussed in an application by RA for submission of an interest under IBBI? Interest under IBBI.
No, as I understand, you are saying that when a resolution applicant is preferring a resolution plan, what is the factors?
Yes, yes.
No, he is not required to submit a plan to the IBBI. He is required to you have to understand the process. The RP comes out with an EOI, which is a form G, which is published in the newspapers. In the response to that, anybody who's interested to acquire the company has to firstly give an expression of interest, fulfill the eligibility criteria that is set by the COC. Once that criteria is met, then he has to submit a comprehensive plan. Generally, the bankers also insist that there is a commitment, that there is a performance bank guarantee which is taken, and the financials also to justify that the prospective RA fulfills the criteria. For instance, anybody who's, say, thinking of acquiring a video call, it cannot be somebody who's not having the financial wherewithal to invest substantial sums of money. Whereas if the company is, say, a 50 crore company, then the requirement would be lesser. But the role of IBBI is not there. IBBI role comes in only after the RP has, in consultation with the COC, firstly RP has to present it to the COC. COC takes a call as to who would be the RA selected. Then the application gets moved to NCLT. And with that, the RP has to give Form H to submit that all the compliances are in place. If the NCLT approves the plan, then the report goes to IBBI to inform them that this is what has happened.
My next question is to Shekhar Krishnan sir. And my question would be, what are the investment opportunities in mutual funds? And one return one can expect. Mutual fund is a big game changer recent years.
Again, let me start with the statistics. If you were to see the historical numbers from 1980 to 20, BSE started in 1979. Over the last 40 years, the Sensex has delivered a compounded return of 16.5%. And mutual funds have given an average return of 18% over the last 40 years, 1.5% more than the return given by the Sensex. So 18% has been very good, but the base was quite low. But on an average, over a longer period of time, if one is invested over a period of 5 to 7 years, one can easily expect in the range of 12 to 15% compounded returns.
Well noted, sir. Now, again, I ask another question to you, Shekhar Krishnan sir. Foreign portfolio investors have played a significant role in the Indian stock market sustainable. Role of foreign sustainable investors in Indian stock market. Any light upon like that? Sir?
Yeah. They see the investment is based on the MSCI index, Morgan Stanley, emerging market index. So basically and each country has a share in the index. So depending upon that, they allocate, all the foreign investors allocate certain funds for the Indian market depending upon the index. Many of them relate to their, and the fund flow has been very, very consistent. There's right from 94, I think, when the market was opened up to the FIIs, they have all regularly been investing. Like if you see the trend in the recent years, last year was a record. If you see on calendar year basis, 2020 was a record 23 billion. Mind you, after taking out a huge amount in March, then current year we have that the flows have been slightly more subdued. It's about 7 billion till July. 2019 was 14 billion. 2018 was 4.3. 2017 was 7 billion. So on an average, the flows have been consistent, and because Indian markets have the companies where they invest have been given consistent returns, and they are looking at the top quality companies. If you look at it, they invest in the likes of Bajaj Finance or Bajaj Finserv, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank. These are all primarily Axis Bank. State Bank, they are all owned by the FIIs. You see, many of these companies have close to about 60% FII holding. HDFC, the holding by others. So this flow will always be there, because as long as the country continues to perform and the corporate profits grow, they will continue to give returns. And to give a flavor of the corporate profits, see, the corporate profits in India are expected to grow at 20% CAGR between 2020 to 2023. Like, if you look at the Nifty EPS, it was something like 550. Even in a pandemic year, we had 11% Nifty EPS growth. It was 550 in 2020. Current year, we are looking at a Nifty EPS of 730. And the projected Nifty EPS for FY23 is 870. So markets may look overvalued. It's not that, because people have to see in the context of the 1 year projected earnings, which is 870. So if you see at 16,000, it's just 15,800. We are trading at just about 18 times earnings. And you see the constitution of the company. So the returns will always be there, as long as, and India will still be one of the better performing market, because there are very few countries which are promising this kind of growth. So as long as the growth opportunities are there in the markets, investment will continue to flow in.
Well said, Shekhar sir.
Now, sir, I have, because time is the constraint for today, so I take straight away 2 questions from the members. Whether backdoor entry via reverse merger to existing listed companies permissible, and request to throw some light on the concept. So reverse merger to existing listed entity.
I'll take this,
Yes,
so I think
please.
whether it is possible, the question is, yes, it's possible. But that's where, go back again, I think, one of the things, might be how Mr. Krishnan sir is talking about the history, coupled backed with the statistics. I may not have the statistics, but always it is interesting to note, to go back and just, for a few minutes observe what has happened. So 2008, if you remember, I'm forgetting that departmental store in Chennai, that was the first one of its kind which tested the reverse merger thing, but later on, SEBI, found out how these kind of things are happening, and come 2013, first time SEBI came out with the regulations for this kind of things. So, friends, it is possible. Go and read the March 10, 2017, the updated SEBI regulations on mergers. It's not only reverse mergers, but mergers. There are a lot of conditions that are applicable. For example, if it is between a promoter company and the promoters can't vote, and you need to have majority of minority concept was coming from there. That was the first time when it is tested. It is possible, but you will have to be doubly cautious. The companies, why they want to resort to this method is they don't want to open their kundali of the prospectus being shown in the public domain, and SEBI coming out with observations. But I think you need to be careful of that fact, mindful of that fact, because even in this kind of cases, SEBI is very minutely watching with a reason for this. So your valuation, again, the intention and the ratio that which you are going to give should be consistent, and it should be a very reasonable one, is what SEBI gets into. It is possible, but always you have this, because regulators, right from DIP guidelines, you had this provision, friends. If I can recollect 8.3.5 of the chapter in DIP guidelines to whatever. Now it has come out in the form of a circular. Please refer to that circular.
I think there's a master circular issued by SEBI dealing with
mergers and acquisitions. That's what.
Mergers and acquisitions. There's a comprehensive master circular on this subject now.
February 2013, May 21st, 2013, and then March 10, 2017. So you should just hop on that, catch hold of that, and that's how we should see. It is possible, but be mindful. It is slightly, you'll be taken to task.
So this would be the last question for the panel discussion for today, as the time has already exhausted here. So this is again an open house question for all the learned panelists. How much time is allowed for minimum public holding to be achieved post qualification? How much time is allowed for minimum public holding to be achieved post IPO, that is 25%?
It's 3 years and 4 years. That's all for the government companies, and there is an exception where they can go up to 4 years, but for others it is still 3 years.
and they can go for the offer for sale route also through the stock exchange.
Correct. There are different mechanisms, and in fact, sir, Krishnan sir, that offer for sale mechanism, that's a secondary route, is dried on. I'm not able to see much of companies that were. There was a time when many companies were doing this, and now I think there are a lot of innovations that are happening while you talk about bringing to achieving the minimum public shareholding limit.
Thank you to all the panelists. We have all covered all the questions asked by the learned members. I request one by one all the panelists to give a concluding remark, something motivating for the members who have joined. Ranganathan sir, Krishnan sir, and the Kapil Taneja sir. Anything as a concluding suggestion?
Yeah, I would always reiterate in any forum, friends, especially our forum, that we are the guys to interpret corporate laws the way it should be. And we are the guys who have the patience to execute. We have the patience, but believe in ourselves is what I'm saying. Believe in ourselves, and be proactive. I think we are capable. We have to take it to the next echelons of the business and the management is what I would conclude, friends.
Thank you so much. I now invite Shekhar Krishnan sir for his concluding remarks.
Yeah. As I said, company secretaries can play a very major role in the securities market. So far, the role has been very restricted both amongst lawyers. There are very few participants from the legal profession as well as the company secretaries profession. So, my advice to all the company secretaries, especially young company secretaries, would be that they should not stick only to the time-tested company law matters. They should diversify into securities laws. There is a plethora of opportunities both from the company perspective and as a practitioner perspective to take the company's public, take care of. They are the main, as a compliance officer, they play the major role in taking the company's public, and plus take care of all the operational aspects. So it's the opportunity of a lifetime. In fact, if you see my history, I was working as a company secretary, but day in and day out I was doing public issues. So I became an investment banker. And that's how I got to write so many books. So essentially, I feel the company secretary, this is the order of the day, and that's the reason I highlighted on all the opportunities, both in primary market and in secondary market. Company secretaries, both the ones in employment as well as the ones in practice, can play a very significant role in the entire capital market process. And I am sure the day is not far off. I really look forward to seeing them in large numbers in the years to come.
Now I humbly invite Kapil Taneja sir for his concluding remarks.
Thanks, Himanshu. It's very encouraging to note the increasing presence of our fellow company secretaries in the IP community and over NCLTs. I was also delighted at a webinar conducted recently when the president of the NCLT bench, he said that they're finding that the NCLT members, they generally do not have the specialization in Companies Act. Whether it is a question of merger, whether it is a question of IBC, any matter which comes to NCLT, you require an expert in company law. And who is that expert in company law? It is surely not an engineer. It is surely not a chartered accountant is deemed to be an expert in financial law and accounts and audit. It is only a company secretary who is trained to be an expert in company law interpretation, in understanding the nuances. If one has to consider a merger, if one doesn't understand the Companies Act, if one has to look at a resolution plan, if the person is not a company secretary, how will that member understand? The government has recently recognized, and I'm very delighted to share this news with you, the professional qualification requirement, and they have made the professional requirement of company secretary eligible to be a NCLT member. So that will put a lot of gas into the system, that will make sure that our fellow members are there. And one of the complaints against the NCLT, despite the good work that they have been doing, they are, of course, overwhelmed with files and cases, but their speed has been questioned. And the industry has requested time and again that NCLT expedite the process and that the timelines be shortened, because that is one good way of, as a reform, to expedite recovery and resolution. So our company secretaries reaching there will ensure that we achieve the objective. And I would say good luck to them. And I would say, don't waste your experience. You have worked so hard with the banks, you have worked hard in the industry. Come, join the IBC profession, join the NCLT, be a catalyst in this whole process of energizing our corporate sector. Let the youngsters look at the smaller things. Let the experienced people come and look at the bigger things for which they have been trained. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Very well said, sir. Very well said. With this, we conclude the panel discussion on the topic we have deliberation for today. And I thank you on behalf of our President ICSI, CS Nagendra D. Rao in absentia, CS Nagendra D. Rao, sir, Vice President Devendra Deshpande ji, D. Narasimhan sir, Central Council member, Program Director of this wonderful panel discussion, CS Manish Gupta, Central Council member, because first was also very interesting as the second part as well. Our Chairman NIRC, CS Vimal Gupta ji, PDPC Chairman Devendra Swag ji, GS Sareen, past Chairman NIRC, who has been a moderator in the first half. And thank you to all the learned panelists for today, CS Shekhar Krishnan sir, Kapil Taneja sir, and Raghunathan sir. Definitely, we have well noted your guidance that we will be having these webinars and a very frequent manner, especially in capital markets. So that and IBC law, obviously that's my favorite subject because I've been practicing that particular field. So we will have we will have specific programs on capital markets, IBC, and whatever suggestion is given by the I will personally be in contact touch with you all, so that suggestion can be. Also, Shekhar Gupta sir, who has joined us for so long, and I would request Shekhar sir also to say Sanjeev sir to conclude the remark because he joined for so long. So. Definitely, we take all the points and we will keep these webinars in going time to go. Thank you so much to all the participants across India who have joined on this discussion and asked various queries with the faculties. Thank you again, B. Raghunathan, Krishnan sir, and Taneja sir for the wonderful deliberation today, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting all of us. And
thanks, you moderated the session extremely well.
Thank you. So this was the first time I tried my best, sir. Thank you so much.
Good luck to you as well.
Thank you.
And thanks to Sanjay Gupta. After a long time, I'm able to see. Thanks to NIRS Forum that I can
and I
see
hope, sir, we will have this panel discussion physical modes. Everyone is vaccinated and we have it on a physical mode.
So long as you remember us, it will be done.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you. Thank you, Kapil sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Sanjay ji. Ji.
So, thanks to you also. Good to see you after a long time, after I shifted.
Yes.
And good to see many of our friends. I think overall this whole the day, first session, second session went on really well. And I'm thankful to ICSI for providing the support.
There is a complaint by Mr.